This regular meeting of the Socorro ISD Board of Trustees will come to order, please. The date is Wednesday, June 19th, 2024. The time is 6:02, and we have a confirmed quorum. First thing on our agenda, the Pledge of Allegiance. One of our outstanding students from Mission Early College High School will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight. Damaris Apovi is deeply passionate about science. A rising senior, Damaris is working toward her future medical career at Mission Early College High School. This summer, she will be receiving her associate degree in multidisciplinary studies from El Paso Community College. In August, she expects to start classes at the University of Texas at El Paso, bringing her closer to realizing her dream, all while still in high school. In addition to her demanding studies, Damaris also dedicates her time to helping her school community. She is involved in the Summer Bridge Camp, helping incoming freshmen as they transition to high school. Damaris is a member of the Key Club and V Club, a girls' empowerment group. She proudly serves as secretary of the school's environmental club and looks forward to serving as president of the Science National Honor Society in the fall. Above all, she hopes to make her parents proud. We wish you the best, Damaris. Please join me as Damaris leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty, justice for all. Thank you.
Let's give Damaris a round of applause, please. Continuing with our agenda, Acting Superintendent's comments. Mr. Vasquez.
Good evening, President Nahara, members of the board, and community members. We had wonderful graduations at the Don Haskins Center and at the Starlight Event Center. I want to thank all of the great SISD teams who helped create these ceremonies and made them unforgettable. Our executive assistants, our warehouse team, child nutritional services, police services, public relations, and our technology staffs, they did an outstanding job in getting these graduations ready and making them an amazing event. We celebrated more than 3,000 graduates in the class of 2024 who collectively earned $64 million in scholarships, grants, dual credit savings, and military awards. More than 400 associate's degrees were earned before or at the same time as their high school diploma. An accumulated 25,543 dual credit hours and more than 3,200 industry recognized certifications were earned during their 4 years in high school, and thus giving them a significant advantage in the workforce. I'm also happy to report that we received our 2024 STAR and USC scores. Although preliminary at this time, the scores look very good, very promising, especially in comparison with the region and the state. Individual STAR scores and USC scores are available online through the Skyward Parent Portal. Parents, if you want to start looking at those scores. I want to thank and congratulate all of our campus staff, teachers, administrators, Sky coaches, everybody who played a part in this, and especially our students who worked so hard on throughout the school year. Another great recognition was earned recently in the Socorro ISD. We were recently named the Educational Results Partnership Honor Roll, the Texas Honor Roll. It recognizes the district as a top-performing school district in the state. SISD is one of 89 school districts in Texas to earn this honor roll, and it recognizes successful schools and districts for promoting best practices that improve student outcomes. So we want to congratulate all of our campus faculties and staffs. Great job to everyone in Team SISD. This concludes my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. All right, and we continue with board honors. Mr. Escobar, please.
Good evening, President Nakara, members of the board, and Acting Superintendent, Mr. Vasquez. My name is Daniel Escobar, Chief Communications Officer for the school district, and it is my pleasure to introduce tonight's recognitions. If you will please step down to receive our honorees. Our first recognition honors middle school students who won the Platinum Award at the Regional Junior Visual Arts Scholastic event. The mission of VACE is to acknowledge outstanding student accomplishments in the visual arts by establishing a standard of excellence for art students and programs to strive for. Students compete in 4 divisions, and only the top 10% of artworks in each division receives a platinum medal. Congratulations to these winners from Team SISD. From John Drugan School, Isabel Bawley. Representing her student from William D. Slider Middle School, Cindy Martinez. From Enzer Middle School, Sofia Herrera. And from Bill Seibert School, Julie Rebollar. If we can have you back to the front for a photo, please. And just a quick note, as they are gathering for that photo, that the photos taken by our district photographer, Mr. Largo, are posted on our district website. There is a Smug Mug account. It's a little smiley face icon found on our webpage. It'll take you to the photo gallery, and all the photos will be available for free high-resolution download. Keep smiling, hold up certificates. You got them all? Congratulations once again. Next, we recognize the Montwood High School softball team for winning the UIL 16A District Softball Championship for the 2nd consecutive year. The team's overall season record was 32-8-1 with a 14-2 record in district play. 12 players earned positions on the all-district team. Sofia Velez was honored with the 16A District MVP Award, and Grace Ponzio was recognized as the 16A Defensive Player of the Year. Congratulations to the Montwood High School softball team. Natalia Barajas. Brooke Gill. Nevaeh Heredia. Trinity Munoz. Grace Poncio. Jada Quiñones. Kaylee Ramirez. Lorelai Rodriguez. Celeste Romo. Ileana Salazar. Isaley Salazar. Sofia Sandoval. Mia Tejas. Sofia Velez. Assistant coaches, Nettie Gonzalez. Jessica Quintana. Jill Joseph. And they're led by head coach Cynthia Hernandez. If we can have you all back to the front for a photo, please. Parents, you as well are welcome to come up and take photos if you'd like. Keep smiling, keep smiling. Keep smiling. Almost there, almost there, almost there. One more, one more, one more. Proud dad. Proud dad. Congratulations once again. Next, we honor the America's High School baseball team for winning their third UIL 1-6A district and fourth straight 6A by-district baseball championship this school year. The Trailblazers were also the Lubbock Tournament champions and were awarded the 6A Texas Baseball Team of the Week after going 5-0 and outscoring their opponents 56-4 at the Lubbock Tournament. The team's remarkable season ended with an overall record of 27-8-1 and a district record of 14-2. Congratulations to the America's High School baseball team. Isaac Arrieta, Jacob Estrada, Esteban Herrera, Jaden Jimenez, Andres Lopez, Armando Marquez, Mao Munoz, Gabe Sanchez, Andres Suarez, Josh Varela, Ozzy Zavala, and head coach Jesse Munoz. Congratulations once again. Our final recognition will honor SISD middle and high school students for advancing to and competing at the 2024 Texas Science and Engineering Fair. 35 students advanced to the state competition. Socorro High School students Mercedes Lopez and Sofia Piñon advanced to the 2024 International Science and Engineering Fair. Congratulations to all of these outstanding science fair winners. From Clark Middle School, Zoe Andazola. From Desert Wind School, Alejandra Rodriguez Huizar. From Ernesto Serna Fine Arts Academy, Lilian Harmon. From John Drugan School, Aiden Ibarra. Also from John Drugan, Angela Galindo. From John Drugan as well, Janavel Jolly. And Leila Rodriguez. From Puentes Middle School, Alejandro Fernandez. From Sunridge Middle School, Gabriela Garay. From El Dorado High School, Kyle Gordon. Also from El Dorado, Amber Soto. From Mission Early College High School, Camilla Guardian. Also from Mission Early, Diego Cifuentes. From Montwood High School, Tiffany Gavaldon. Mandana Cargar. Belen Martinez. And from Socorro High School, Mercedes Lopez. And Sofia Piñon. If we can have you all back to the front for a photo, please. Yes, well, that's great. Keep smiling, looking straight ahead. Almost there, almost there. Congratulations once again. And to conclude our recognitions, if we can take a quick photo as well with Damaris Apovi. If you would join the board, please, for a photo. Show our appreciation for Damaris being here and being a great Team SISD student. Thank you again. And that concludes our recognitions for this evening.
It's warm up here, no? Okay. It's warm up here. Hold it to.
Oh, yeah.
Feel it, and you're standing up there was bad.
Oh my goodness.
Do we have a slide for the board meeting calendar or no? That's fine. Okay, we'll continue with our agenda. The first item, 5A, consider approval of the 2024-2025 board meeting calendar and agenda cycle. So the calendar has been developed using the third Wednesday of the month for the regular board meetings with the following exceptions. So again, third Wednesday of every month except for July 2024. It will be the fourth Wednesday of the month due to the summer break. January 2025 will also be the fourth Wednesday of the month due to the winter break. And March 2025, also the fourth Wednesday of the month due to the student intercession. So, third Wednesday of the month except for July 2024, January 2025, and March 2025. Those are on the fourth Wednesdays of the month.
Approve. Second.
A motion to approve made by Ms. Macias, seconded by Mrs. Nájera. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The item passes. We continue with our public hearings. We start with the 2024-2025 Every Student Succeeds Act public notice meeting. Dr. Starkey, please.
Good evening, President Nájera, members of the board, and Mr. Vasquez. I'm here before you tonight to present the annual public hearing for our 2024-2025 Every Student Succeeds Act funding that we get from the federal government each year. Okay? So we're ready to go ahead and talk about that as we have been in other years. So, of course, it is the Elementary Secondary Education Act of 1965, and I used to have a brief history lesson on it, but it was originally signed into law to assist students with economic disadvantage. So LBJ signed that in 65, so it's going to have its 60-year anniversary next year, okay, which is kind of interesting as how far time passes. So economic disadvantaged was population was Title I, Part A, and that is where elementary and secondary education started at the federal level. Since then, it's expanded to all kinds of different types of fund sources that are an umbrella underneath. Besides Title I, Part A, there's a couple of them that we're not eligible to get. Like, for example, we're not a rural district, so there's no way that we can get that. But we have these that are here, Title I-A, of course, and then Title I-C, migrant, Title I-D, Title II-A, Title III-A, Title IV-A, and we'll get into all those in just a second. Okay. Now, this is really nice because we cannot control what the federal government, the U.S. Department of Education, gives us, but we must have had pretty good numbers. You know, I don't know, they were good to us this year. This is a record haul, okay, between the six subgrants in the ESSA consolidated application. We have $19,521,017. Okay, so that's going to be it's supplemental in all cases, of course, but it's going to be good to have as always. Okay, so first, Title I-A, that of course is the biggest. That is the one where we have over $15 million coming in that. The 70%, that goes to the schools, and they have their own budgets that they have, as always. Also, the 10.14% and the 7.35%, I'll go ahead and point those out because those are district instructional programs, and then also parent and family engagement, our parent liaisons and whatnot. We have to spend 1% on parent and family engagement, so we're doing pretty good if we're doing 10 times that. We're going to keep that. We're going to keep that going. And then district instructional programs. So really, when we talk about what gets directly to the schools, it's more like 89, 90 than it is 70, really. And then we just have some percentage to administer it, specialists who work for me. as well as the indirect cost, the restricted rate, but the vast majority of it gets down to the schools where it belongs. Okay. And then next, this is, I won't go through all of these, but these are the halls that the schools are getting, the allocations, for information purposes only. Okay, these are the high schools. These are the high schools right here. And then these are our pre-K-8s. These are the middle schools. And then that's one set of elementary schools. And that's the other set of elementary schools. So that comes out to their 70%. And again, we've got some record hauls. And it does come at a very good time with ESSA expiring. Okay. So we'll move on then. Migrant education program, Title I Part C, that's pretty self-explanatory. As we've gotten so much more urbanized in nature, we do have fewer students who are migrant, where the families go further away to work and then come back. But we still recruit, we still look for them, we still try to provide them services, and we take care. We take care of them all that we can, and we're proud of that. So most of this is payroll, because we have our clerk recruiter, and we have extra duty pay for tutoring and summer camps, and then we also try to take care of them with supplies, that are needed. So that's a major portion there, and then a little bit of a parent-family engagement component. Okay, Title I Part D, Subpart 2. Now this one is interesting because we used to have it, then they took it away, and now they gave it back. But the thing is the reason why it's there is because of something called the Schaefer House. Those of you who are in law enforcement may know what that is, okay? And others of you all might know also. It is a Texas Department of Juvenile Justice facility that happens to be nearby the headquarters of the Sheriff's Department. That's kind of close to my house, kind of out there like Montana, Joe Battle way. And we have to, since that is in our boundary, we have to serve the students who are there. Even if they're there for a couple months and they are somewhere else, none of them are from here. We get them from another place, and the local school district federal law has to serve them. We have continued to do that. But in absence of this funding, we've done that with Title I money. Now I will be allowed to switch it back. We do pay part of a salary for a teacher who is employed at Keys Academy, who goes as part of her duty to visit these gentlemen, and it is an all-male facility, to teach. So that $19,000 just about goes all to payroll, okay, for that. So we're back with that to help us in serving those ladies and gentlemen, okay? Because we turn in a survey every year, and they decided the numbers had gone back up a little bit. I think Title IIA, my colleague Gina Exensory, our school improvement officer, oversees Title II Part A, and that is our increasing academic achievement, quality and effectiveness of teachers, principals, and other school leaders. Okay, in other words, making learning better. So you have a vast majority of this that's in payroll, because most of it goes to our supplemental instructional officers who are out in the schools all the time, trying to make things better through all kinds of processes and analyses and what have you. And then professional development would take another chunk of this one, because that's something else that we want to have. It's supplemental in nature, and Title II can pay for those things, largely payroll. Title III Part A, this is English language acquisition, pretty self-explanatory. My colleague Joanne Anguiano is the director that oversees this area. What I like to say, and a lot of you have heard this before, but I'll do it one more time. You've got general fund, and then in bilingual education, there's a state bilingual fund. So this is like, that's specific, and this is a federal bilingual fund, so this is kind of like supplemental to supplemental, okay? So very specific on being used for this population, and Ms. Anguiano has had a lot of good ideas that are within the law and to leverage this. Lots of payroll because we do have instructional aides that are half funded out of Title III to assist with, like, say, your Tier 2 instruction for students who are limited English proficient. There's extra duty, there's professional development, some supplies and materials, but the vast majority, again, would be payroll. Now we're at the last one, Title IV Part A. That one's back to me. Okay, that's our student support and academic enrichment. This one is kind of the one that varies in nature because we're talking about well-rounded, safe and healthy, all of those initiatives. So that's why when you look at the pie graph there, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see that there is a difference in the, it's not as weighted in any real particular area because we're taking care of like our salaries for dual language instructional officer, dual language clerk, early college advisors, the extra duty pay for the fine arts summer camps. Those just finished by the way. And from what I could see on X and from some of the stuff that the director and assistant director sent me, they rocked. I'm glad we're still able to fund those, right? And that we've got the cash to continue on hand to continue to do that. Also the 30% there, professional development and the Rethink social emotional curriculum. Okay, that one was funded out of ESSA for the last 2 years. Working with Mrs. McCabe and Mrs. Dominguez, we came up with a way to keep it because of its importance. Just because the pandemic is fewer cases in nature does not mean that social emotional needs just vanished. They always existed. We can do that out of Title IV. Okay. And then there's certain supplies because we still have our academies, the 6 that were created, and we do help fund some of those, through well-rounded and innovation. And then we help with advanced placement examinations, and the economically disadvantaged rate of participation and passing, the gap continues to close because that way they can say, well, now we can help you pay for it. You don't have to be charged for it. So lots of cool stuff going on in the spirit of transparency, wanting to make sure that we're detailed with what we're going to go through and use all of these supplemental funds on this year, just as all years. This is a public hearing, so the last one is to open it for questions, as it is a hearing that was published where the notice was published in the Courier.
Are there any questions for Dr. Starkey? So this is a public hearing. Is there anyone who would like to speak to Dr. Starkey's presentation?
Hi, my name is Miriam Cruz. Could we go back to the last slide?
That one?
Yes, thank you. I have a question regarding the amounts. The 970, 474, is that an amount that, is there a full amount from the federal government that is sent to y'all and y'all divvy it up? Or is that amount sent specifically just for the Title IV Part A program? That's my first question.
That one.
Sure.
I'll get Ms. Cruz, I'll answer your first question by saying that it is something that is funded. The federal government determines the amounts, and one time 2 years ago I said that the formula is kind of unbeknownst to almost all of us. It's like the secret sauce at Chico's Tacos or something like that. But they send us the amounts, and what we hope is we get at least the same or more than we did in the previous year. This year we were fortunate to get a little bit more.
Thank you. And my next question would be, how does your, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. How do you or how does the board decide which schools get to participate in the dual language program? Because actually one of my comments today during the open session open forum was going to be about why we're not seeing them below I-10.
Well, I might allow, if necessary, I could allow Ms. Accensori or Ms. Anguiano to address your question, but I will say that Waco Elementary is below I-10, and they do have dual language. The other 3 are And then the other one is in Horizon, one is more centralized in the Americas area, and then one is Bill Seibert, which is further north. But there is one.
I know about the one. I just, obviously the majority is north of I-10. Horizon is I-10, or north of I-10. And I guess my last question would be, what are the parameters that, I know you said that, you know, it's like the Chico taco sauce, but what are the parameters or what are the points of data that they usually collect and that they're looking for when you report back to them?
When we do our compliance reports, it's largely rooted within the economically disadvantaged population and the limited English proficient population as far as Title III goes, migrant for that, but it's usually the economic disadvantage for Title IV, for Title II, and for Title I. But I do want to caution you that I've tried to calculate it before with data that I have, and their formula, the secret Chico's tacos or McDonald's secret Big Mac sauce formula that the USDE has, doesn't seem to match to what I think it should. So we accept the formula and we make the best use of the money, ma'am.
My last comment would be if that's the case, that economic disadvantage is one of the leading data points that they look at, wouldn't increasing below I-10 to schools where our students are likely to be more economically disadvantaged, maybe we might get to increase that amount requested if we are able to get more students enrolled in that program. Thank you.
Are you referring specifically to the dual language program on that, or just Title IV in general? I needed to ask a question back. I'm sorry for clarification.
When I asked you what data points the federal government usually looks at, I was specifically asking about the dual language program. And so if that's not something that they're looking at, okay, so I guess that was my question. The question was, what are the data points that when you report back about dual language instructional or programs, what is one of the data points that they're mostly looking for other than compliance?
Well, not that. They don't get that specific on an instructional program like that. Okay.
Mr. Nahida, may I ask for clarification? Dr. Starkey, if you could go back to your Title I Part A slides.
Sure.
I think that'll give us the ability to clarify how we do provide additional support for our economically disadvantaged campuses. Because I believe you have per student enrollment and economically disadvantaged, and that's how funds are allocated to the campus.
That is how they're allocated to the campuses. So yes, Title I is universal per pupil allotment, and we have the advantage of being able to do that because all of our schools have above 40% economic disadvantage, which makes it what we call school-wide. And that means that any student, as long as it's 40% economic disadvantage, even if a student is not economically disadvantaged themselves, they can take advantage of any Title I program and any ESSA program for that matter, except for, well, LEP and migrant notwithstanding. I mean, but the others, yes. And this money represents that in the per pupil allotments. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Dr. Starkey.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right, continuing then with item 6B. We do have a speaker signed up for 6B. Just as a quick reminder, each person who signed up was provided a copy of the open forum basic rules and advised when they signed up that policy BED applies to the process. Please respect the process during your presentation. As a reminder, each speaker gets 3 minutes. If you sign up for more than one item, you get a total of 5 minutes, and I'll ask you how you'd like to split that time. We'll proceed with then our speaker for item 6B, Mr. Philip Thomas Lane, please.
President Nahara, Acting Superintendent Mr. Vasquez, and members of the school board, I'm grateful to be here tonight, even with the blustery weather we've got outside. And I'm grateful that there's going to be a public hearing tonight on the proposed budget and tax rate. However, I'm very frustrated by what looks like lack of transparency. The slides for this item were not included in the board book. And so there's no way that any member of the public could take a look at that information and analyze it before tonight's meeting. And so that does not help. It also doesn't help when that occurs at about the same time that the school district is announcing that last year the district overcharged taxpayers on the maintenance and operation tax rate. I want the board to really think about the inequity in that particular situation. The board can always go back, like it's planning to do, and lower the tax rate this year to refund the difference. But in maybe a very unusual set of circumstances, a taxpayer out there could find themselves unable to pay that additional money. And that taxpayer could be on the hook for possibly losing their house. That's a huge inequity between the district's response and what could possibly happen for a taxpayer. And it's absolutely important that the budget and tax rates be set properly. And I ask for your extreme attention and paying attention to the information that's provided to you so that we don't see a repeat of this again this year.
President Nakana, Mr. Vasquez, I know had asked, he had mentioned it before about us really putting that information out. Can we make sure that we do that? I know this is the second time it's been brought to our attention, just for the transparency of the public, please.
Absolutely. I know we're working on that over the past several days just to make sure we get the numbers correct. But and I know I was able to make that available to you all yesterday. However, I understand the public's concern.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then just as a reminder, the item on the agenda tonight is listed for discussion. So yeah, we have the presentation. We'll discuss it thoroughly, but it will not be for action. So Mr. Vasquez, that will come back, probably sometime next week for action. Can we make sure that it gets posted before our public meeting next week for action on the budget?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Castellano?
Just for clarification, so the proposed budget was not posted for public view? It was? I tried looking for it the other day. I couldn't find it. I don't know if the gentleman, he mentioned it wasn't up there.
That was posted at in the newspaper. Is that the one that was?
Well, not the announcement, but the actual agenda where they can go through and review the numbers.
Good evening. My name is Vicky Perez, President Nahara, members of the board, Mr. Vasquez. I want to clarify that the information is sent to the board first. Once y'all are receiving it, then we do post it on our website, and it is under financial services. And there is a tab that says district budget, and it has the last, I want to say, 8 or 9 years of budget information, what was proposed, the calculations, and the entire budget book, as a matter of fact. So the 115-page book that y'all got, that one is posted on the website. And the ad was published on June 9th.
Mr. Vasquez, I do believe, just for transparency, that we actually put a link on the front page when we're having public input on these agenda items, that they can actually view it without having to go through the different tabs to find it. The gentleman just mentioned he couldn't find it, doesn't have it, so he can properly ask questions. But of course, this is coming up again because it's not an action item, but make it available, a shortcut on the main page that allows them to find it so they can come back and ask the questions.
Okay.
Typically, these types of items are placed on the very bottom of the website, those big buttons, the important items. I think we can maybe look for a place on there.
But yes, thank you for clarification, Ms. Perez. I just navigated to it, and it is there. You're correct. All right, let's continue with the agenda item then. It is Ms. Perez, proposed 2024-25 school district budget and discussion of proposed tax rate.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vicky Perez, Chief Financial Officer for SISD, and tonight we'll be discussing the proposed public hearing for our budget. This evening, we'll be reviewing projected revenue assumptions, projected expenditures, and preliminary tax rate information. And the reason it is preliminary information is because we are not adopting a tax rate at this moment. That will come in September. Just as the normal practice has been that we do it in August. However, the law does give us until September 30th. There were two things that happened with the MCR in August, which we will get into later. And so just to let the dust settle, we can do it in the September regular board meeting. So on our projected revenue assumptions, we have different scenarios, and we get together with teams and HR and anybody who has any kind of information regarding what our student population might look like, what the economy might look like. So the assumptions that we have today, we have the property valuation growth of 13.4% from the prior year. The prior year before that was 26%, and that is from 24.4 billion to last year to a projected taxable value of 28.2 billion. And we're saying projected because those are from the preliminary tax rolls, those from the certified appraisals. The projected maintenance and operation tax rate is currently being discussed, of course. With the board's guidance, we will be talking about that from now until September, and it is currently at 0.6503 cents. That is with a projected maximum compressed rate of 0.6169. That number is not approved yet. We have that coming from TEA in August, and that is the lowest value that may come up. So we went with the lowest, most conservative value. Plus 5 golden pennies minus the adjustment of 0.0166 cents. And we will have a lengthy discussion on what that looks like and what those numbers look like in total. So this is what we base our revenue assumptions on. So the projected ADA is a moving target. That changes from one day to another depending on, just what kind of attendance we have or issues we have at the schools, or it is just a moving target. So we're looking at how many people do we think we're gonna have in seats, how many of those are gonna be in pre-K, and how much of attendance rate. So right now, the original number that we are anticipating is 47,000, and taking into consideration some demography information, we are at 46,641. So that one we did verify with PEAM's department to make sure that that was a reasonable number. We actually had something about 200 higher. We talked about how many graduates we have, how many kindergartners we're coming into, and so we did base that number off of what our assumption of what next year would look like. So the enrollment is adjusted for half of pre-K. So when you see the number 46,641 and the ADA shows 42,691, it's not that those students are not coming in. It's that there is a gap in there of, currently right now it's 3,000 pre-K students. We don't get paid for the full day for pre-K students. We only get paid for half a day. So we will reduce 3,000 by half, and then we will have an adjusted amount of 45,080. So that amount is now multiplied by the rate that we anticipate our attendance will be. Our current attendance is 94.2, and we're anticipating a 0.5% of attendance increase. We have had some discussions with the Department of Attendance and the Administrative Services to see what kind of initiatives we can do on that. And so we will be bringing forth a plan on how to increase our attendance. But for now, we are conservatively increasing it by 0.5%. So that gives us a total ADA of 42,691. Any questions on the ADA part of that? No. So our PEAMS department has provided this information, and it's just a visual representation of what the attendance looks like on a regular year, and this is by 6 weeks segments. So you can see that the highest ADA in attendance was in 2021, and that's because everybody was counted present when we were all online. The lowest one was shortly after that year, and that was because, people were afraid to bring their kiddos in. Currently, we are with the lighter blue line, and we do see that there is a trend going on in the third and fourth 6 weeks, and that is, we've noticed that it's always around Christmas time, and the kiddos are just not coming in, or maybe they have some relocations going on. So we are investigating what incentives we need to put into practice for that semester specifically, on top of what we're doing for the rest of the year as well. Our proposed revenue estimates currently for general fund, it is $453,844,401, assuming a tax rate of 6,503. For the school lunch, for Fund 240, we had $36,079,129. And for debt service, we're at $64,959, and that is assuming an INS rate of 34698. The assumptions are just based off of the current discussions we're having at this point right now. Those numbers on the INS side will definitely be reflected in a budget amendment if and when we have a difference on what's going to be adopted in September. So the total of the entire budget is, this is the entire budget for general fund, child nutrition and debt service, is $553,965,489. So let's talk about the projections, the projected expenditures. Our projected expenditures at this point for general fund, I need a sneeze. Projected expenditures for general fund are $479,637,802. For school lunch, national school breakfast and lunch, we are at $36,079,129. And for debt service, we are at $53,990,175, for a grand total of $569,707,106. So one of the things I want to note is that my first priority when I'm looking at the overall budget is that the first thing, instructional, function 11, is that at or above 50% of the budget, because that's where our fund resources should be going to, is towards instruction. The second highest number will most likely be the maintenance and operations. However, we do have some additional leases, which would be classified under function 71. So that one is a little higher, and that's just how we have to classify those purchases. And so the next one after the lease, the function 71, is maintenance and operations. So they're the ones that take care of making sure that day to day, we have everything that the students need at the buildings, grounds, all the crews, and it's all taken care of. So the summary of the proposed budget is revenue totals, and I'm going to go over just the total, the grand total, $553,965,489. And the expenditures are $569,707,166. And overall, and I'll give you the general fund amount, overall the deficit of the budget is $25.7 million in general fund, 15.7 overall. The number that we are always referencing is the general fund number. So the original amount of 41 that we had when we first started making those cuts, that has been taken down by, to $25.7 million at this point. I'm gonna stop right there to see if there are any questions. I did review what the proposed budget looks like compared to last year. The percentages are very similar, and I wanted to make sure that nothing was, skewed or off. However, I do want to point out that as part of the proposed book, There are, on page 14 of the book itself, there is a table showing exactly what was presented on April 24th when we discussed the original proposed amount and the proposed amount for tonight. That will give you an idea of where those reductions happened at the function level and at the object group level, excuse me. So, for example, I'll go over the first few object numbers. I'm looking at page 14, and this is by object code. On the expense side, the substitute budget was originally presented at 7.5 million. I'm sorry, 11.8 million, and we have reduced that down to 7.5. So a reduction of 4.3. On the salaries, the original amount presented in April was 256 million. We are down to 244 million, a total of 12 million reduced. And so those numbers on the right side shows where exactly those reductions were made on the budget itself. In the next, on page 16, as well as 17, there are some explanations on the revenue and what the differences are based on the economic factors and all the adjustments that we've made. So you'll see footnotes on the right side stating, for example, that the per capita, that's letter C, that one is being reduced by 4.6%, 4.16%. That's because we don't have as many students, so our per capita amount will be lowered by that amount as well. For the most part, this is due to declining enrollment for the very most part. But there are specific notes on each of those in case you have any particular questions about those. Any questions so far?
Go ahead. Go ahead first.
Just wanted to thank you all. I did see that total of 24 million, budget changes in the right direction. The 1.2 for healthcare. I know that's something that is very important to all of our employees. The $20 decrease from our district that they will have to see. There are no salary increases or retention stipends this year, and that's another 1.2. So again, thank you to all of our, teachers, faculty, staff, you all, for helping us get to that 24. The other thing, and I know you're going to talk about it later, was a 5.7 committed fund balance to unassigned fund balance. Is
Correct.
that within these numbers, or so that is an additional?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Great.
Yes.
That's great. The other question I have, what is our daily operating expenses? Because I know you're showing us the fund balance. So what is the daily that we do? That way we could calculate how many we have, which is, I think, good news.
So currently, and the current amount is based on how much our expenses were last year divided by 365. It's a very, very basic formula, and that is currently at 1.3 million. So for every day that we wake up, it is going to cost $1.3 million to operate the school district.
Thank you.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
then just the low-lying fruit that I see, we have a 2.5 decrease for SHARs, which is revenue. So I know that there's, that's in place. So again, hopefully that'll come our way next year where we could continue to adjust. And the other
Yes.
low-lying fruit, of course, is let's get our students in school. I know that COVID has completely adjusted that new attendance rate for everybody.
Correct.
But we're truly asking our community, if our kids can make sure that they're at school, that truly helps us.
Yes.
And I know that you all are already looking at which attendance trends, like you said, Christmas. Please bring them in and,
Right.
Forego, going somewhere else, but bring them in until it's time to have a break.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. On page 16 of the book,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you have a slide for that.
On page 16 of the book,
Yes.
that slide is summarized on this one here.
No, because it goes by 2025 proposed, 2024 revised, dollar difference and percentage difference.
Correct.
Okay,
This-
so, well, I'll go with the 2025 proposed. The grand total of the budget is 553 million, or,
On which page are you
that's what
on,
I'm
sir?
talking about, page 16.
Oh, 16 of the budget book, okay. Yes. So the total budget requested right now is 553, I'm sorry, excuse me, expenditure total. Let me get my book, just one second. Pretty sure I have it as a different page number. The overall budget that we are requesting on the revenue, on the expenditure side for 2025 is proposed at 479,637,802 on the general fund side. One moment. Overall, yep, that's the amount for expenses, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
So the 453 million, that is total revenues coming in to pay for next year's budget, correct? Right,
Correct.
estimate?
Estimated numbers, yes, sir.
But our budget's at 479 million, right? Or the expenditures are expected at 479?
Correct.
And that's why we have to put in another $25,793,401, right?
At this point, that is the projected amount.
So
that-
we're looking at a deficit of 25 million at this time that we have to pay out, that, because our revenues are below our expenses.
Correct. So at this point, these are projected numbers. That 25 million to subsidize the revenues is only if we spend every single part of that. We are continuing to look at what our contracted services look like, what our staffing looks like. I mean, we have staffing meetings at least 2 or 3 times a week. So there are other measures that we're taking, and it will reduce the overall expenditure budget. And I don't have a projected number of what that looks like at this point, because those are conversations that we're still having, I mean, actively at least twice a week.
So if I follow to the next line where it says the 2024 revised, it shows that our revenues were only $496,586,319. Is that correct?
Which booklet are you looking at, sir? I want to make sure that I'm following
This
you
pro-
correctly.
The one you sent us, the one that you updated,
Okay.
page 16.
Oh, okay. The revenues for 2024 were 496,585,319. Yes.
Okay, but the expenses for 2024 are 532,489,607. Is that correct?
Correct.
So we had a budget shortfall of $35,903,288 for this fiscal year.
That was the budget that was set. We have not received all of our revenues. We have not spent all of our expenditures either. So that was what was approved by the board in anticipation of, for the year.
But right now, we're looking at a budget shortfall for this year
From the projected budget, yes, sir. From the
of
budget that was
$35
adopted.
million. And this is to add to what happened in the end of 2023, where it was, what, $17 million, or what was the number? I asked that from Mr. Vasquez.
Yes, and I have that information for you, sir. So the information that Mr. Escobar is handing out, thank you, sir, is just the general fund budget. And it is an overview of the expenditures, the revenues, the deficit, adopted and actual. And on the actual, you'll find that the fund balance is listed per the audit. These numbers, the adopted numbers, are based on the proposed budget book. The actual numbers are based on the financial audit C3 schedule. The current on 2024 is what was adopted, and the proposed for my apologies, there's a typo on 2025 proposed. Those are based off of the numbers that we are presenting this evening. And I do want to note that the blue and the green that are on this form, that was what was proposed. It does not reflect the additional changes that were requested by the board for the additional compensation amounts.
Okay. If we go back to 2022, we did not have a deficit, correct?
That's correct.
But in 2020 and in 2021, we had deficits on both years.
Correct.
So 4 out of the 5 past years, we've had deficit spending in our budgets. That's correct. We've been coming
Yes,
up
sir.
short. Just the last 2 years alone, the quick calculation, we've lost $55.3 million in deficit for this year and last year alone, correct?
We have reported that that would be the anticipated deficit. I don't have those numbers, I mean, because we don't have the financial audit done or complete. But 2023 does have a 19.4 deficit.
And now we're asking for another $25.7 million deficit for this coming year. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is an
So-
amount based on projected revenues and projected expenditures.
So we're just looking at for the last 3 years, if we go through what we're doing, we're looking at a total deficit of $81 million in deficit spending for our budgets.
If the amounts that we're projecting are correct, then yes, but that doesn't always happen. For example, in 2022, there was a deficit projected of 14.6, and there was only a 2.2 deficit. In 2022, we had an 8.7 deficit projected with a 6.7 gain. So just because we say that we're asking for that deficit amount to bridge the gap doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to be that. It is based off of projection, sir. So the projected number of deficit that you're asking about, that was the projected number. That wasn't the final number.
But we're still looking at, and actually 2023 wasn't 17 million, it was 19 million. 409,674, that's correct?
Yes, sir.
So it actually went up $2 million higher. Even with overtaxing our homeowners with $2 million, we still ended up with a deficit.
Correct.
So, and we're gonna go back and ask them for more money,
No.
for more tax.
No.
Are we gonna pay, what did we do with the money, the $2 million?
It went to the CAD.
It didn't go back to the taxpayer?
So that is why there's going to be an offset in the next year. And it's a total of maybe $20 per average home.
Taxpayers are here, tell them it's okay, we're gonna take your money anyway. We exceeded the maximum compressed rate, which is set by law,
Correct.
and we violated that. You know, and that's why we have people here, and you guys come up here with your finance, say, we got all these awards, we're great, but we still overcharge the taxpayer. We're just gonna, next year, we're just gonna set it to the right tax rate, what it should have been, but we still have the 2.2 million outstanding that we already collected that does not belong to us, because it belongs to the taxpayer. And you're saying it's okay to keep it.
I did not say that, sir.
Well,
Yeah. No, we're not
well, in
keeping,
his email he did, he said, because we're gonna use it to pay for.
well, what we did was we're gonna make it right by, it was there was an overcharge, but now for the coming year, we're gonna set it, where we undercharge by the exact same amount to balance it out.
We're gonna set it to the exact amount, but we've already,
We're gonna set it, we're gonna get the amount based on the maximum compressed rate, but we're gonna lower it by that 0.611 to balance it out over the next
And that's
2
going to be
years.
explained here, how low we're going to drop it to allow that money to go back to the taxpayer?
That is part of the agenda, sir, to review the preliminary tax information.
Okay. I'm just seeing deficit after deficit after deficit. We knew this was coming just looking at the historical numbers, and yet we drug our feet and we're here, and now we're going to have to wait till, what, Monday, because it's not an action item. The taxpayers haven't had a chance to review the numbers so they can actually come up here and give a full response on how they feel about what's going on. We saw the deficit, 4 out of the 5 past years, yet we took no action. We knew in November of last year that we had this 17, you said 17 back then, it's 19. We knew this was coming. We forecasted probably a $41 million this year deficit, but it turns out to be a $35 million deficit. And we drug our feet till we got to this point, and we're saying, oh no, we can't take any more action. And we're gonna shoulder this burden on the taxpayer. The taxpayer has to pay for what I would call our incompetence, that we cannot adjust our budget. We cannot come up here and have a balanced budget and say, this is what we're gonna do, this is what we're gonna produce, because we have to keep our salaries at 90% of our budget, and we can't drop that down to 80, what's respectable from other districts and what's across the state. But we have to shoulder that, or we have to have the taxpayer shoulder that burden. And then we're going to ask them, and part of this whole thing is, in the fall, you're going to ask them for a tax increase. And it's not going to make a dent in this $81 million that we're looking at.
At this point, we're not requesting a tax
But that was in our
increase.
workshop when we had that
was part
earlier
of a
this month
workshop,
on,
sir.
on the 3rd.
Yes,
We
that
were
was part
just
of a
looking
workshop.
at possibilities on ways to increase our revenue, not saying that we're actually going to do it, but we're just looking at what are the possibilities of other revenue streams.
I think we have to be realistic here. And be fair to the taxpayer, not hide this book, 4 links into our website. Let them review it, let them understand it. And the document you just handed out today should also be included in that workbook so they can understand how the budget's ending up for the past 5 years.
With all due respect, sir, that was barely requested.
I know, but it should have been included because this is how we base our vote and how we see things moving forward. To know where we're going, we got to look where we've been.
I'm glad
And
that you
it's just going to
requested
get
that so we
progressively
can
worse.
include it.
We're falling down a hole, and we're not going to be able to dig ourselves out.
And this isn't something that we want to adopt a $25 million deficit budget, but not saying that it's right, but we're not alone by any means within the region or across the state. This is something that's happening
It should have been
to our neighboring
foreseen
districts as well.
because we knew even with the demographic studies we've had, it shows that we have a declining student population. And nobody's even discussed looking at campuses where we can combine campuses because are they cost effective to maintain them open or not? There's a lot of other means going on that we could save the taxpayer money, but looking at this, are we trying?
Oh, absolutely, sir. We sure are.
But we should focus on getting at a balanced budget going forward to next year, or else we're just going to add more deeper into that hole. And to the point where we're not going to be able to dig out ourselves out of it. We're not going to be that glory district that we used to be because we're going to be so much in debt.
Understood, sir.
And I can just share with you, sir, and the rest of the board that we are working diligently to reduce the deficit. Just over the past couple of weeks, we've been able to reduce it from that 41 million that we presented a couple of weeks ago down to 25 million and still cutting. So we're making tremendous efforts in that.
Yeah,
to
because if it
reduce the
wasn't for
deficit.
the mistake in the board book where it's not an action item, we'd be voting on it tonight. And that was wrong, That is wrong. We were going to take action tonight because you have 10 days by law to approve the budget, but we're not close to having it right. We're going to shoulder the burden on the taxpayer. That is unacceptable.
Mr. Kim, did you have some? Okay. And just a reminder, just because it's an action item doesn't mean we have to take action. So if someone had come up here and said that it was not posted, or if one of us had suggested that we should make sure that the community has the opportunity to review, we could have done the exact same thing that we're going to do right now, which is actually vote on the proposed budget. And I would like to add that administration did initially come with some suggestions for, some closes, even temporary, and the community was very outspoken that that would not be a good idea, that that would not be acceptable. So, I just do want to point out that administration has been, and I'm not going to ignore the fact that they have reduced the deficit from 41 to 25, and also suggest, remind everybody that we're in this situation because the state has failed to properly fund public education, and invite all of you to join me the next time for the next biennium to advocate for additional funding for our schools to our state legislature.
Not even
Mr.
additional,
Chair.
just funding.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a comment, please.
Dr. Hinojosa, please.
Some excellent points have been made. And the board went through a workshop where you went through what it was going to take to get that number to zero. You could have done, there was an opportunity to cut out $8 million in health insurance, but you knew what it would do to your community. Mr. Castellano points out very important points. And we went through it with you. And we could have directed you to be more drastic. We have come to the conclusion that this is going to be a multi-year process. But you have to start now. And I think you started with the first step in insurance. You're going to get another bite at the apple when you modify your plans. But I want you to remember this conversation you're having right now, because he's right about one thing. If you don't change trajectory, we're not going to let you be broke in 3 years. We're not going to let that happen. So if, as we go down here, you need to start taking some actions. And then there's a budget that's adopted, but then there's the expenditures. And there are ways you can use cost containment throughout the year so that you don't get to that $25 million that you have to take out of fund balance. But it is painful. And you've already heard from the community. You've already heard from your staff. I know that you heard last time I was here, you had a speaker about freezing positions. And then the moment you unfreeze a position, that's another liability. You're going to have to do more than $25 million. So, but we don't feel that the district needs to go and triage and do it all at once. We think if you exercise some discipline over the next 2 years, the next 18 months are very critical. You need to start taking steps. And you need to watch the actual expenditures every month and see where that's going. Mr. Kim, you want to add anything to that?
Well, I just wanted to echo the fact that there will be a discussion about the tax rate in terms of what's going to happen. I think that the process should be pushed out a little bit further from what you've been doing here in the August adoption of the tax rate to the September. They'll give you a better final numbers, especially from TEA with what's known as the MCR, the maximum compression rate. So that is where you want to start from. But the process of the budgeting is really for the staff to go from a very conservative approach. And typically when you looked at that graph that was provided by your PEMS earlier, the line graph, obviously the data point you want to use is what's known as the fourth quarter report. Every year, even in the non-COVID years, your first days are always the highest number. Obviously, from a budgeting estimation, you don't want to use that. And in a normal, in all school districts, typically your enrollment goes down towards the end of the school year. So you want to use that number and then the ADA appropriate to that to start estimating revenue. Now, that is a conservative approach. You're hedging the fact that hopefully, well, not hopefully, but you're working towards trying to get additional kids to show up or enroll in your school district. Your revenue is generated by two things. And it's not because you're selling cookie dough or tacos or anything else for that matter. It's enrollment of kids and their attendance. That's the only way right now, the mechanism for you to generate enough revenue. The other way is, to your point, as we've done to the exercise at the board workshop, is to increase your tax rate. If you wanted to do that, but that takes now a voter-approved tax ratification election. Very hard to do, very difficult to do in the context that we're talking about tonight. That's not necessarily an option to consider for this coming school year, but something that you need to see. So right now, though, the thing to do is really get the school district on a stabilized situation so that enrollment increases And that has a lot to do with your academics, the opportunities you provide at the high schools. Kids get up in the morning to participate in the events like softball, the engineering programs that you are honoring here tonight. Those are very important to keep focusing on. But at the same time, we know from the demography report, our early childhood numbers, those are really ones that really are uncontrollable in some sense. And when the state funds you on a half on pre-K, and you have a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old program, and from intentional purposes, you're trying to do right by the community by providing that support for kids to be well prepared into the kindergarten. But boy, the state's now funding you full student by student on that issue. That's hurting not only your school district, but many others out there. So those are some nuances that are in the budget. So the question becomes, how do you balance this situation? I think at this juncture, having gone through the whole staffing to reduce it down to about $25.7 million, the other stuff will be considered somewhat inappropriate, unreasonable at this particular point because we haven't communicated those particular issues with the staff if we were to make any more dramatic cuts. I think it would be prudent for us to think through that all next year, communicate it appropriately where we need to, and ultimately you're going to have to make some tough decision again next year as well too about that. It could be about staffing issue, freezing another compensation for the following year for 25-26. It could be potentially elimination of some positions because of the fact the enrollment is down. Those are some hard things to consider down the road. No one's suggesting that we do those now. I think what we've done is to get where we need to be right now with the $25.7 million going forward. Hopefully what we'll do as we go through this process in multiple years, your adopted to actual comes close and closer and closer. And that's what we want to do. And the way to do that is really adopt a really conservative budget, really control your expenditures. At the end of the year, you should be asking the staff, what's our percentage of difference between the adopted to the actual every year? And we should get closer and closer to that predictability as much as we can.
Dr. Hinojosa, you mentioned two things that are important, kids and the money, right, to a parent. Yep. And I think the money issue here is taking center stage. We have shown that, out of the past 5 years, 4 of the years we're at deficit spending. We didn't take the diligence to have more meetings. When we first found out we were going down this rabbit hole, we just continued moving and postponing and having, whatever, just, even the President Nájera came up here and said, we need a comprehensive plan, and that was several months back, and we never got that. So it wasn't taken serious, and that's where I'm upset at, is that we're going to throw this burden on the taxpayer, and it never should have happened. We never should be here. We rushed getting the contract signed and it just took that option off the table, and we kicked the can down the road again. So 5, 6 years out of 6 years, we're going to be a deficit. We can't rely on the state to bail us out. We're an island. We have to figure it out ourselves. And to people to keep saying, well, the state's not doing this, state's not doing that, then we just can't keep trying to hold our hand out and ask for more, because we're not going to get it. We have to fix with what we have. Declining populations, we are aware of it. We know it's happening. We're at the point now where education is competitive. People don't have to stay with our district. They can say, there's a A-rated district over here down the street. And I don't have to. I can take my child, the other part of your equation there, Mr. Hinojosa, and they're A-rated. They're stable. Yes, they had a deficit, but it's not as bad as this place. We need to show that we can take the corrective action here. And I know it's going to be hard, and you mentioned that it's going to be hard, but those options were taken off the table at all our board meetings. We never had that choice. Like I said before, this seat belongs to the taxpayer, and that's who I'm speaking for. And it's just the numbers just unacceptable, just unacceptable.
The only comment I'll make is that the trend lines are the trend lines. Mm-hmm. And if you don't fix those trend lines, you're going to be there again. So, and we've talked about the budget process next year. I started budgeting in October, so that to your point, There are no surprises at the end. So we're going to come back to you later with a calendar after you adopt this budget and monitor things so that we're not here next year. And I think there are some things that are in our control. And so I it's a balancing act. It's not just the taxpayer, it's the family, it's the students, and we have to take all of those issues into consideration. But I am very confident that we can get this done, but it's going to have to exercise some discipline over the next year.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any other questions for now?
Not at this time.
So we're operating at a 90%, right?
Correct. And 90% on payroll. Is that what you're asking? Or
The district overall. So right there's your 10% to bring it down to the 80%, which in theory and mathematically should pretty much put us at a balanced budget. Obviously now we're not going to have a surplus, but that'll put us at a balanced budget. Is that correct?
that is correct. However, I do want to note that the items that we can do as an administrative department, we are doing as much as possible, which is how we've gotten down to the 25 million. And as the gentleman have described, explained, that there are other measures that we would have to do to increase revenues, and those measures require board action. So administratively, we are doing absolutely everything we can within our limitations.
Okay, and I guess my concern too is, when we're doing that workshop is anticipation.
Yes.
We can't anticipate anything. The only thing we can anticipate is worst case scenario, and we make our budget based on worst case scenario, because then that keeps us safe and that keeps us under that threshold. If we see that we're losing kids, okay, well let's set our budget based on that, not on hopefully we can get to 95, 96, 97% attendance. We shouldn't be doing that. To me, that's reckless. We can't account for that stuff. Right there was a 10%, like I said. And if we have to make those hard decisions, and I said it last time, we're going to have to do it. And I look forward to doing it, because that's what has to get done to make sure that this district stays afloat.
So
But there's that 10% right there.
That 10% is equivalent to a lot of staff. So if that's the next step that you would want to take, then it would require board action to start a reduction in force. That is not something we want to discuss at this point, because that is detrimental to our employees, to our community, to our economy in El Paso.
And let me step in here.
Yes, sir.
You couldn't do it. Those obligations are already set. You have contracts issued for next year. Right. You have contracts with your utility providers. You have other contracts that have already been issued. And by the way, you can only do a reduction in force for two reasons: program change or financial exigency. And you have to prove to the state that you're broke before you could do that. So that what you're describing is not possible at this late date. But if you start planning for it the following year, and you're wise in how you staff, then you won't have to do those kind of drastic things.
That was the point that I was going to get before I could make that comment. I don't want to kick the can down the road. Yeah, I understand right now we can't, but we need to start having that conversation now for the future, because if we don't, we're going to run into the same situation that we're in right now. So we need to start planning as of yesterday for the future.
Understood. We can start having some meetings on that.
Even in the agenda, you see 2 items to create new positions, so we're still going in the opposite direction.
I just don't want to scare our teachers, our staff. I hope that nobody's scared. We're not. That's not. I can't speak for everybody else, but for me, I will fight for our teachers and positions and their jobs. I'll do everything and anything that I can, and I did want to say thank you to our cabinet, because in working on the workshop that you all gave us, it's not an easy task. And so far, we have been able to bring it down to 25 million without terminating people, without getting rid of schools, closing schools, because even the breadth of condensing one campus raised utmost fear in our community. And I want our community to understand that that is not my idea of restoring our budget, not hurting our kids, not not instilling fear in our teachers that, oh my gosh, what if I don't have a job? Right now, yes, I understand that for the future, our numbers, when they go down, that's a conversation to have at an appropriate time. But right now, I think our community, our teachers, our staff need to know that we got you. We're working diligently. Yes, we're making tough decisions, making the decisions that we made and accepting the no raise, no stipends. That in itself, I know our teachers understand this. They're brilliant educators and they know the predicament that we're in. And to say that they don't understand would be an insult to them. We're trying to do everything that we can to stay afloat and to head back in the right direction. ADA is big. I say everybody's hands on deck to make sure that we get our kids in school, to promote not only that they're being present helps us, but it helps each student and their learning. That's the reason we want them there, first and foremost. But to say that we're not doing due diligence is heartbreaking to me. But thank you. Thank you, because I know that this is not an easy task. Have mistakes been made? Absolutely, but I believe in moving forward and leaving the past, yes, learning from our mistakes, absolutely, but let's move forward and move this in the right direction. I think we don't have a choice, and we gotta do it for our community.
Absolutely.
I'm just gonna add some clarification. Not once did I say reduction in force. That actually came out of you. I never indicated, nor did I allude that, so I just want clarity on that.
Okay.
No, and I agree with you, Mr. Barrera. You didn't say that, and I think what you were saying is what we're trying to do right now. It's more about right-sizing the district, not getting rid of any employees, but through attrition, looking closely at our staffing, and that's actually how the bulk of how we've been able to come down from that 41 to that 25 through what you're describing is just making sure that we're right-sizing our district.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez.
Yes, sir. Okay, continuing on. We were going to discuss that. I'm bringing up this slide because our health insurance fund, while it is a separate fund, it is also subsidized by the local fund. So on top of what we're doing here, any changes on the health insurance fund will be affecting the 199 fund, the local fund as well. And so this is just a visual representation of how much has gone into the health insurance fund from local, and that is the light blue amount. In 2020, it was 9.0 million. 2021, 4.5. 2022, 4.0. 2023, 6.5. And this evening, we do have an 8.5 amount for this year's infusion. And we will have some information on that one in Mr. Carmona's presentation. Okay. So next we will discuss preliminary tax rates. So I want to start off with our tax rate key dates. The preliminary tax rate discussion is tonight, and this is completely preliminary because by law we cannot approve a tax rate without TEA's MCR number, the maximum compressed rate, and the final property values being issued. Those final certified values will be on July 25th, and it's always been July 25th, a day or before that. And that will be, the next step after that is we will get maximum compressed rates. We do get a preliminary amount for our maximum compressed rates on August 1st, that first week of August. That is a preliminary amount. We have typically done our tax adoption in August board meeting, the regular board meeting, but then we still have the final amount that comes out on August 31st, so we want to make sure that we have enough time to receive whatever TEA letters we get, and then we can discuss tax rate adoption in September. Now this year, something I would like to do differently is in August, I would like to meet between the certified amount the preliminary and the final amounts. I would like to meet between those dates so that we can talk about the different options for tax rates. And it'll be a workshop so that we can get some direction on how the board would like for administration to move forward with that. And we have several options. And then in September 18th, we will have another public hearing 10 days before the meeting, and we will be able to adopt the tax rate on that regular board meeting or anytime before September 30th. So some key things to know is that the property tax always equalizes our revenue. So the property tax values impact the local and state share, but it's always equal. And we've talked about if we get more here, then we get less there. So the appraisal district values, if they increase, of course, that means that we will get more taxes, but the state share will be lower. And they will take off some of those because we will only get a certain amount of those taxes. We don't get every single penny that we're taxed. The state gets some of that by lowering the state share. If those property values decrease, then the state share increases, and obviously our property values are lower, so the local will be lower. Does that clear as mud? Okay. So this year, as part of the ad, we have a total appraised value for the current year of $28,246,890,122. The appraised value of new property only, it is a lower amount from the previous year at $857,859,782. The taxable value of all property is $17,390,323,688, and the taxable value of new property is $797,542,393. So this current year, again, these are the preliminary values, and those will be adjusted on July 25th, depending on how many appeals we have. This is also in your budget book. This is the tax historical rate, and this is estimated to the nearest 10th value. So I don't want anybody to mistake the numbers for what the actual numbers. When we adopt to the point, tenths, hundreds. It is it's 4 decimal points. So historically, we have seen that the maintenance and operation has lowered, and that is due to compression. When we have a lot more property, the state will evaluate how much less they're going to give us because of those increased properties. So our rate has been falling primarily due to maximum compressed rates. And I do anticipate that this year, the maximum compressed rate will be 0.6169. That is the lowest of the anticipated. I want to say that the highest is 0.68, but we're going to base our assumptions on the lowest amount at this point. So we are looking at the average market value of a residence. This year, it is $246,576. The average taxable value of a resident is $123,329. The property value, the rate that we have on there is if we did the absolute lowest, and the one on the, that is what was posted, and the one on the right, far right, is the absolute highest. And so if we did the absolute lowest, it would be $1,250 of taxes on the average household, preliminarily stated. And with the most amount, it would be $1,413. So it is a difference of either $855 or $692. And this is, of course, assuming the adoption rate of either 0.34698 or 49511. So in discussing the overage on taxes, on the left-hand side, you have the actuals that were adopted. On the right-hand side, we have the preliminary amounts that we would have to discuss for this evening. And you will see that the compressed rate was 0.68800 with 5 golden pennies. The adjustment on the M&O has been already in effect at the TEA level. So the maintenance and operation plus the interest and sinking for this current year was 1.24930. That has been lowered by the 0.01660. And so for the taxpayers, the adjustment will happen in next year's tax base, off of next year's tax base, with the maximum compressed rate preliminarily at 6169, plus the golden pennies, minus the adjustment. That would put the maintenance and operation rate at 0.65030. That is the absolute lowest that we will be able to tax our residents on the M&O side. And assuming that we have 49.5 cents at this preliminary amount, we have 1.14541. That would be the absolute highest that we would be able to tax our residents. So in the adjustment to the M&O, that amount was 10.6 cents, and that was dropped by 10 cents and not the additional. And so that's where the mistake is. And I will tell you that that mistake has happened in over 100 districts last year and in 10 districts this year. So the appraisal district is very well aware of how to proceed with this. And with discussions with Mr. Blanco and the CAD, the best route and the route that others have done is to either do a rebate or reduce the taxes for the next year. So just to reiterate the key dates, we have our preliminary tax rate discussion today, final certified values in July, maximum compressed rates in August. We will have a meeting, another meeting to do a workshop to discuss property tax rates on both the M&O and the INS side. We have engaged with Moat Casey and Associates so that they are overseeing it and helping with those calculations. Moat Casey, if you're not aware, is the official finance people for the state of Texas schools. So then we will have an adopted tax rate in September 18th, which is also the night that we will do the public hearing, unless you want to do it a week before as we have tonight. Any questions for the board?
Mr. Chairman, before you take questions, I'll make another comment. The other thing we also have to think is strategically. The taxpayers are going to get a break, thanks, to actually the state helped us on that. So the taxpayers are going to get a break. But also, right now, you may fund some things in maintenance and operations that you could actually use some of your interest and sinking funds to fund that can be capitalized. So you got to think about and you don't have to be in a hurry to set this tax rate. You can consider all options about, is there something that we're funding out of the general fund right now that we could legitimately and legally fund in another fund? You need to get your lawyers, your tax people to advise you on that. But there may be some other opportunities where you could do that and still lower the tax rate some, but yet put things in another bucket so that helps you don't have that $25 million deficit from fund balance, because Mr. Castellanos is right, you can't keep going there. So all of those things need to be on the table as we go through the year executing this budget. And I know Mr. Kim may have a couple of other comments before they take your questions.
I'm just really grateful for the insight some of you have on the board about some of these numbers. And I think those are some really great questions tonight. I think by delaying some of our tax rate adoption here, it'll give you some time to really understand how this will work going forward. Well, once again, there's more opportunities in that tax rate to lower that. Remember, your homeowners only see the total tax rate in the bill. In fact, to explain the difference between the M&O and the INS, it's just alphabet soup for the taxpayer. When they get that bill, they usually see the total tax rate. And what you see is the total tax rate declining. And with values consistently increasing, though, about an 8% increase per year here in the Socorro Independent School District, and as an average, obviously in some cases, taxpayers pay a little bit more than the prior year. But it all depends on that rate. What you have control over is the rate. What you don't have control over is what the appraised values are. And that's frustrating to many Texans, by the way. So once again, there are opportunities. I think what you'll see, regardless of what happens here, that you'll see a lowering of the tax rate when you adopt in September, one way or the other.
Questions?
Ms. Pettis, will you put the slide up where it has the 24-25 projected tax rate? Just to reiterate that we are looking at decreasing the tax rate by 10.43 cents. Is that correct?
No, what we'd be doing is decreasing the maximum compressed rate by from 68.8 to 61.69. So that's where it does start off. That is the base one. The overall maintenance and operation, depending on the golden pennies and the adjustment and the final number from the MCR, that would be lowered regardless.
So that would be the preliminary versus the actual, the total rate?
Correct.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Messier, though, conceptually, you're right, though. The total tax rate, once again, we reduce. I think that's what you were pointing out, the difference between the 1.24 to 1.14. Right.
All right, this is a public hearing, so any speakers?
Why does it look like you guys just seen a ghost? Golden pennies. What are golden pennies? Can somebody explain that to me? Anybody on the board? They said golden pennies several times, yet no one has brought that question up. Can you please explain to us what golden pennies are and how that can possibly help with the deficit? Anybody know what golden pennies are? They're not like golden goose eggs. I think it's very important that we know what golden pennies are. And we at least have this conversation of how the taxpayer can vote on possibly getting, because this is actually, golden pennies provide tax revenue that is not subject to recapture by the state of Texas. Using golden pennies is an exercise of local control. Voters decide to access the pennies. All the revenue generated by them stays in the school district. Did anybody know that? Should I put in my job application? It's embarrassing. It is. And I apologize. To the conservators, you guys know who I am. I'm straight to the point. Golden pennies, I got stuck on that. You guys should have too. We have to look at every single option. But yet, you kept saying 5 golden pennies, 5 golden pennies. What are they? Crickets, okay? I think that's very troublesome, that we don't know what 5 golden pennies are. Taxpayers, we're paying them, aren't we? Where is our tax money going? Can't answer that question. Now, we keep talking about 5 years, right? 5 years we've had a deficit, -1. What year was that? 2020. Why? Because our cost of doing business was lower, right? Why? Kids were not in school, right? So we had our costs had dropped. So let's pull that year out. We can't really use that because there was a lot of funds by the government. But we're talking about 5 years. Let's go back even further than that. Let's go back 12 years. How many of those years have we have been in deficit? That's a question I would like to know. And to follow that up is, most of these people haven't been here for 12 years, except for 3. I would like to bring that up. Yes, we got to make changes. Yes, we got to balance that budget. But if we don't hold people accountable, we're going to keep doing the same thing over and over and over. And I'm just glad when Mr. Hinojosa said, this is going to be a multi-year great. I love it. Maybe the district might not, but guess what? We have seen something here today that we don't know how to follow processes and procedures. Something as simple as letting people speak for the right amount of time. There are so many things that have been going on for the last 12 years. Accountability. First, we got to count our money, but we have to hold people accountable. So when people are sitting here saying, oh, well, we'll get it done, we're working together. Well, we didn't do this together, okay? And I'm bringing this up to the board. Board members have been here for 12 years who don't know what golden pennies are. 2, 3 years? Gotcha. 12 years? And you don't know what golden pennies are. You're charging that, yet you don't know what they are. Neither do Mr. Hinojosa and Mr. Kim, but that's okay. You're new. I am telling you guys, you need to learn what these budgets are. There is no way you're going to be able to balance the budget if you don't know what golden pennies are. Go home, do some homework, see what they are, and see if that can help us. I'm not saying that's the secret, but no one even brought up that conversation. We've been talking about a budget for over an hour, and not one person even thought of asking what golden pennies are. we need to make change, and we know we need to hold people accountable. Practice discipline. Yeah, we can make budgets. They're all projections, right? But if we don't practice discipline, it doesn't matter what we project. Some of the words that I heard is bothersome. Mr. Nahida brought it up. Okay, some of the words were projected, assuming. How many years have we been projecting and assuming, and it's been wrong? Maybe we need to change the way we project and assume. If we keep doing the same thing over and over, guess what's going to happen? We're going to get the same results. So, Mr. Kim, Mr. Hinojosa, I'm glad you guys are here. Get used to it. I'm always up here. And you know, like they said, you know, we have to make sure that we do the right thing. We're not here to make friends. We're not here to be cool. We're here for the kids. And if we, like they said, we're not selling Chico's Tacos. One more thing of food, I'm already hungry. Everybody keeps eating, so don't mention food anymore. If we sell seats, that's what we do. Our job is to sell seats, to put butts in those seats. But if we have administrators who are pushing away students, if we have bad PR, ESSA ISD is all over the news. Do you think parents are going to go, you know what, I'm going to send you to that district? They're not. And if we don't change that, the numbers are going to continue going down. We need to look at real numbers, not this. Well, if we can get the ADA conservative 0.5 more, that's what Mr. Barrera was saying. That's what I was thinking back there. Wait a minute, you're already raising these numbers when we know for a fact that the numbers are going down. So your projections right off the bat are wrong. No offense, okay? Sometimes we need to, take it in the chin every once in a while, right? But that way, we'll be able to do things right. I'm not here because I like you guys or any of these people. I'm here for the kids. My mother was a cafeteria lady for 26 years. She just died. We went to her funeral, and she would always tell me, why do you go to those meetings? They don't even listen to you. Do you know how she felt when I got arrested? Mr. Kim, Mr. Hinojosa, last month, you didn't get to meet me. Why? Somebody ordered Chief Johnson to arrest me. Violated my First Amendment right.
Mr. Carejo, this is a public hearing about the budget, sir. Please stick to the budget.
Yes, budget, exactly. How much money was used to take SROs, 8 SROs, to arrest me in the front? 8 SROs to go and train at East Lake Middle School. Let's talk about the budget, Mr. Nahida. Who approved that? Can you tell me? Was that proper use of tax money, Mr. Nahida? First of all, SROs do not work, and they're all coming up, right? They don't work for school board members, okay? None of these employees work for school board members, yet they're all scared of you. The superintendent, the acting superintendent, works for you guys. You have no control over them. And I would like to remind you, you have had SROs kick me out, not the superintendents. Things are going to change. The conservators are here. We're going to hold you accountable. Not only did you violate my right to free speech, most importantly, you took the right of me being able to address my grievances to our government. And that's what you did. I was going to speak last week.
Mr. Carejo, the school district has a grievance process.
About the budget.
Are you aware of our grievance process?
Am I aware of the grievance process? Do you know what a grievance is? We're not talking about F&G.
I'll remind you, sir, please. This is a public
we're
hearing
talking
about the budget.
Right? F&G has nothing to do with that. A grievance is when a citizen comes up and says something's wrong. I want my government, which is the school board, to address it. That's a grievance, Mr. Nahida. So tonight, when you go find out what 5 golden pennies are, I need you to understand what the First Amendment is. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Carejo. Mr. Lane?
Thank you, Mr. Nahara, Acting Superintendent, Mr. Vasquez, members of the board. I'm trying to think how I would evaluate the information that was just presented. I'm a retired educator, and this was supposed to be a public hearing for the purpose of discussing the proposed tax rate. The public, not the school board, not the employees of the district, were the intended audience for tonight's presentation. When I asked where the slides were, I don't need the budget book. I need the slides. because that's the information that's going to be presented. If I were to grade this session tonight, it would get an F. It was a train wreck of a presentation tonight between the interaction of the board members and the presenter. I have a lot of concerns based on the information that was shared. First of all, there's this strategy, not even a strategy, a hope, that attendance will increase by 0.5% next year. And what I heard from tonight's presentation is there is no understanding of how that's going to be made possible. And yet this board is going to be asked to adopt a budget reflecting that number. If you don't know how you're going to achieve something, you're likely going to fail. And that's only going to add to the budget deficit going down in future years. So if you're going to adopt that 0.5% attendance increase as part of your strategy for next year, I sure hope you know exactly how you're going to get it. You know, I would really be pressing the administrators, whoever you're going to be counting on, to get that information. The presentation was confusing because there were slides up, but then there was references to the budget book. And there were no screenshots. You know, page 14 of the budget book was mentioned. No screenshots up for members of the public to see. That makes it very hard to follow along. There were mentions of this booklet or that booklet. Again, no screenshots in that presentation. How can a member of the public follow along? There was discussion points that did not match the slides that were up there. And yeah, you're hoping that the public can get behind and support you, but as far as when it comes to a voter-approved tax rollback election, I think it'd be a waste of time to move forward on that with the voters based on the quality of tonight's presentation. I've not quite seen a train wreck like this at a school board meeting. I was hoping for a lot better. I was hoping for something informative, and I didn't get that tonight. I'm very disappointed. I'm very concerned, and I hope that the school board will really reflect and take some serious look at what needs to happen so that this does not happen in the future. When you have a public hearing, the presentation needs to be for the public, not for you, not for the employees of the district. So thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Castro, and I'm a bilingual instructional aide here at the district. Sorry if I get nervous. I wasn't planning to speak right now, but I thought it would be important. One of the things that I do want to share is when you say about the enrollment and the attendance, that's one of your priorities. And I think it should be the priorities of everybody, you know, that we want our kids to learn. We want our kids to be in school. And when she said something about they don't know the reasons they're being absent and that it's during the winter time, and my suggestion is why you haven't done like a survey asking the parents what are the reasons they're not taking their children to the school. Is it because of illness? Is it because they're fair? They have bullying going on. A lot of people say just about the bullying, but there's other reasons where they're not going to school. So I would suggest that you do actually like a real good survey on the reasons why our kids are being absent, and then also have a conversation, a dialogue with your parents as to what is it that we can do together as a team. You always saying it, you put it everywhere. SISD, team. We are a team. But sometimes, sadly, a lot of the decisions you guys make it over here, but you don't make the parents to be your team, to your team members, okay? And I say it as a witness to that, you know, that sometimes when you don't have a position like your guys, people don't listen to you. They just ignore you. You know, same thing with my position as a bilingual, temporary instruction aide. I feel that sometimes they don't sit with me. They don't ask me, what do you think? What are we doing good? What do you think we can improve? You know, nothing. Only from the teachers. Nothing from the people that actually work with the kids. And the reason I'm telling you this is because this is exactly what happened to me this year. I was able to luckily work only with 2 teachers. They allowed me to do intervention with my bilingual kids. And with my group of 4, there was one particular kid that was
Ma'am,
always
I'm
absent.
sorry, this is a public hearing for the budget. I'm going to ask that you please stick to the budget.
Okay, well, how you're gonna get your budget, the money, if your kids are not in school, okay? So let me just finish it up. So the teacher allowed me to speak because my bilingual student was absent a lot. He already had more than 12 absences, okay? And she allowed me to speak to the parent. When I had the conversation with the parent, and I told her how important it was that he was there so I could help him with his English, things changed. He stopped being absent. So sometimes we need that communication. We need to touch their heart more than in sentence. So don't focus too much on that. Focus on problem, solution, cause and effect. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Después de esta larga conversación acerca de los gastos que se van a llevar o de lo que se debe el distrito, I'd like to make you a question, Mr. Castellano. Do you reading in Spanish what I'm saying?
In English, and then it goes into Spanish.
Okay. Lo que estoy viendo y estoy de acuerdo con el señor Castellanos es acerca de cómo le vamos a hacer para que las personas que no hablan inglés puedan saber de toda esta información. Ellos no participan. En la página del Socorro Independent School District no hay nada de información acerca de esto. Ustedes están diciendo que ahí está, no es cierto. Lo estuve revisando. ¿Qué es lo que podemos hacer para que nuestros hijos tengan los servicios que necesitan? Los jóvenes, los estudiantes están yendo de la escuela. Ese es otro problema por el cual el déficit que tienen. No podemos estar así. Creo yo que en lugar de estarle quitando el sueldo a las personas que ganan $15 la hora, se lo deberían de quitar las personas como el superintendente que ganan mucho dinero. Los directores de los departamentos que tienen aquí tantos. Uno de ellos, el de educación especial, por mencionar uno. A los directores, bájenles el sueldo. Pero se van con la gente más vulnerable. Gente que no habla de veras, no hablan inglés y no lo entienden. Y son empleados del distrito. Y no tenemos interpretación. How can we change this? About the long conversation we had here. Is no information for the people who doesn't speak, don't understand Spanish, English. It's nothing on YouTube. Only when I talk in Spanish, is make the translation. The deficit is there. The parents need help. You got job for the students. And the students doesn't receive no services. Right now, they're trying to cut teachers' salaries and stuff and put more students to each classroom. That's not fair. None of this information is on a webpage of a Socorro Unified School District. Nothing. But when we come here, everybody said everything is fine, we're working on it, we're going to be all right. It's not all right. The last conversation I heard, it was $73 million deficit. Today, they're talking about 19. I don't know how it was so low, but it doesn't matter. If next year is going to be higher again, we're never going to stop. And I agree with Mr. Castellano. We have to change this. We have to get all this information to the community, my community. That's why I'm here. Please, start working for the students. Start helping the parents. The community needs you, each one of you. That's why you're there, to help them.
Anybody else? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Perez. We'll continue then with open forum. Again, each person who signed up was provided a copy of the open forum basic rules and advised when they signed up that policy BED applies to the process. Please respect the process during your presentation. Again, there's a couple of people who've signed up for a specific agenda item, and during open forum, a total of 5 minutes will be allowed. I will ask you how much time you're going to take during this open forum. Other than that, 3 minutes is allowed. We'll proceed. Our first speaker is Mr. Agüero.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alfredo Agüero, and I'm a community organizer in the area of special education and volunteer member of the Time Done organization.
Mr. Agüero, you signed up for 2 items. You get a total of 5 minutes. How would you like to split the time?
I'm gonna spend 3 minutes in this one.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I'm founder of the Parent Support Group Padres Empoderando Padres en Educación Especial. Buenas tardes a todos, mi nombre es Alfredo Agüero y soy organizador comunitario en el área de educación especial y miembro voluntario de la organización Time Done y fundador del grupo de apoyo para padres, Padres Empoderando Padres en Educación Especial. I want to let everyone know that on the board meeting of January 17, 2024, it was agreed unanimously to the motion put forward by Mr. Ricardo Castellanos that the Spanish-English, English-Spanish translation will be for the entire board meeting and not just for my public comments or my comments on the agenda items. Quiero dejarles saber a todos que en la reunión de mesa directiva del 17 de enero del 2024 se acordó por unanimidad a la moción puesta por el señor Ricardo Castellano que la traducción español-inglés, inglés-español sería para toda la reunión de mesa directiva y no solo para mis comentarios públicos o mis comentarios de los artículos de la agenda. In this moment, by order of Mr. Michael Nájera, President of the Board of Directors, my right to receive double time to do my own Spanish-English translation is being violated. I do not agree with the poor translation of the Microsoft program. En este momento, por órdenes del señor Michael Nájera, presidente de la mesa directiva, se está violando mi derecho a recibir el doble del tiempo para hacer mi propia traducción español-inglés, pues no estoy de acuerdo con la mala traducción del programa de Microsoft. I'll let you know that till today, translation services are not available, and for that reason, the district is out of compliance and their own policies, state status, and federal laws in violation of my civil rights and the civil rights of the community that all of you represent. Les hago saber que hasta el día de hoy no hay servicios de traducción disponible y por esa razón el distrito no cumple con sus propias políticas, estatutos estatales y leyes federales en violación de mis derechos civiles y los derechos civiles de la comunidad que todos ustedes representan. The issue of the $73 million deficit is a problem that the entire community should be aware of. In one special meeting that you had, increased property taxes was mentioned as part of the solution, something to which Mr. Castellano is opposed, and the only way in which the community that does not speak or understand English can be informed is by making the translation of the whole meeting in their own language. El tema del déficit de 73 millones de dólares es un problema de toda la comunidad. Debería estar enterada, pues en una de las reuniones especiales que han tenido ustedes se mencionó como parte de la solución aumentar los impuestos sobre la propiedad, cosa a lo que el señor Castellano se opone y la única manera que se le puede informar a la comunidad que no habla ni entiende inglés es haciendo la traducción de toda la reunión en su propio idioma. People change for 2 reasons. Either they learn enough that they want to, or they've been hurt enough that they have to. La gente cambia por 2 razones. O se han aprendido tanto que quieren hacerlo, o los han lastimado tanto que deben hacerlo. Gracias.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Sammy Carejo.
Transparency.
How would you like to?
3 and 2, please. Transparency. Do you see how nice that was? I haven't seen him do that in a year. Mr. Kim, Mr. Nahosa, I like to bring that up. Oh, Mr. Nahosa stepped away, but that's okay. We have an issue with processes and procedures. We haven't been allowed to do 3 and 2 for a long time. What's the difference? The conservators are here, and I'm glad they are. I'm glad Mr. Michael Nájera is finally following the rules. You can roll your eyes, you can scoff all you want, Ms. Nájera. We're going to continue holding you guys accountable. When the transparency part, you continue to interrupt when people are talking. You did that right now. You do that every single time during public forum, but you're not doing it now. Why? Because we have two people watching, and I love it. I love it that now you have to do, I'm sorry, I don't want to get people all upset. The board president has to follow the rules and regulations just like everybody else. If the board had done that for the last 12 years, those two gentlemen wouldn't be here. It's kind of like when a little kid gets in trouble in school and gets away with it for such a long time. Then they go and they get taken to the principal's office, right? Guess what? You're sitting in the principal's office now. You don't like to hear it. And if they weren't here, you'd be kicking me out. So yeah, I'm going to take advantage of the fact that they're here. And I'm going to speak my mind. As long as public scrutiny is not a reason to be kicked out. As long as I'm not offensive and I'm not threatening you guys. But I will hold you accountable. I believe you made the order to have me arrested. Or was it you, Mr. Vasquez? We had a conversation, Mr. Vasquez, and it went pretty well. Unfortunately, you haven't responded to my emails. I was talking about PR, positive PR, right? You have not responded to my email. The Isleta Lions Club for 15 years has done a uniform swap where they serve between 300 to 500 families. This year, the principal at Eastlake didn't want to do it. And I heard through the grapevine, because there's Max Grossman, Martin Paredes, they write a bunch of stuff. They posted the salaries. Mr. Martinez didn't like it, so now he doesn't want to allow us to serve the community. 300 to 500 families for the last 14 years. I emailed you several times. Nothing. You ghosted me. You said you're going to try very hard, and I believed you. And I told you, like I told Dr. Carmen, I'm going to hold you accountable. You didn't respond. The Isleta Lions Club is now going to hold the 15th annual uniform swap at the Isleta Mission. Speaking Rock is going to help us with that. Why? Because ESSA ISD and their ego decided not to help 300 to 500 families. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker, Ms. Ana Nunez.
Good evening, CIS members and
second.
board trustees and attendees again, once
Mr.
again.
Vasquez, I'm sorry. Can we look into why we don't allow the Lions Club this year to use one of our campuses for the swap?
I actually did respond, and we were going to allow it. Mr. Martinez was going to call Mr. Carejo to allow it. We just had some issues with personnel at the time that we wanted to do it. I believe it was July 20th. He was looking at it. There's some repairs going on right now, but I thought we had worked that out already. Okay.
Okay, this is not on the agenda. Sorry.
I'm just asking that we look into it.
Yeah,
I can do that,
absolutely. Yeah.
so.
Okay, I
Okay.
apologize, Ms. Nunez.
Sorry.
Time will start again.
Okay, well, there's two of us, okay. My name is Sandra Castro, again. I'm a bilingual temporary instructional aide with the Socorro Independent School District, as well as a volunteer in various institutions and organizations. Recently, I had a student asking me why teachers have a whole week of celebration, but they don't even have one day. He's a 9-year-old boy who feels that children should also have their day to celebrate at school. Here with me is that student's sister, Ana Nunez, to advocate for the importance of Dia de los Niños to be a district-recognized day for the Socorro Independent School District calendar.
My name is Ana Nunez, and I would like to quickly thank the Board of Trustees for their time today. I am currently attending Mission Early College High School, a place in which the youth is appreciated, since our youth is our future. Dia de los Niños, or Children's Day, is a vibrant and joyous celebration that holds immense significance in many cultures around the world, but not in ours. Every year, on April 30th, a day is dedicated to honoring and celebrating children. highlighting their importance and contributions to society. Celebrating Dia de los Niños in schools is not only a wonderful opportunity to embrace diversity and inclusivity, but also to foster a sense of community and promote cultural understanding among students. Furthermore, celebrating Dia de los Niños provides an excellent platform for promoting cultural understanding among students. Through engaging activities such as storytelling, arts and crafts, and music, students can gain a deeper understanding of traditions and beliefs of different cultures. This not only helps break down stereotypes, but also cultivates empathy and respect between each other. Moreover, Dia de los Niños celebrations can serve as an opportunity for students to learn about the importance of children's rights and well-being. It is a great opportunity to educate students about the rights and needs of children around the world, fostering a sense of global citizenship and social responsibility. By highlighting the significance of children's rights, we empower our students. Additionally, celebrating Dia de los Niños in schools can contribute to the overall well-being and happiness of students. The festivities and activities associated with this day provides a break from the usual routine, allowing children to relax and enjoy themselves. It promotes a positive and nurturing environment. In conclusion, celebrating Dia de los Niños in schools is a meaningful and enriching experience that promotes cultural diversity, fosters empathy and understanding, and empowers students to become active global citizens. Be a part of the right side of history by becoming the district that goes above and beyond not only for one student, my brother, but also for all of our community. Children's Day should be a part of SISD's celebrated days every year, the last week of April. Let us celebrate our students, our children. Thank you.
Our next speaker is
Nájera.
Miriam Cruz.
Mr. Nájera, I got something for Mr. Vasquez. Not sure if you were made aware of it, but I know I had asked if that was something that the district would ever consider. I was told that by the previous superintendent that was going to happen, that he would look into it. So I don't know if that's something that we can do, but
Sounds great. I would love to. I just need to find out more information, and we can see what we can do about that. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Cruz.
Thank you. I'm a product of Socorro. I went to Escondrias. I went to Socorro Middle. I went to Socorro High School. I'm a bullpup, bulldog. I won't tell you the year. I did all my schooling, my higher education outside. I have a bachelor's of arts from St. Mary's. I have a master's of education, multicultural and bilingual education, and I have my JD. And my first question to y'all is, what are you doing? What are you doing? It's a little frustrating. I actually had been meaning to attend these meetings more, but for some time, I guess a few years ago, I don't know, they used to be on the fourth Thursday of the month, and so I never came because I go to my city council meetings in Socorro. I chose to live in Socorro. I wanted to live in Socorro. I wanted to come back and give back to the community it gave me. I'm a little frustrated because I get the deficit, I get budgeting, that's an issue. But at the expense of teachers not getting paid an increase, at the expense of teachers who literally are what our students need and require to excel. It's not about taxpayers. I'm a taxpayer too. I matter. Students matter. Teachers matter. It's everyone. It all works together, and it has to. The superintendent, oh my God. I don't know. Again, what are we doing? Why aren't we interpreting in Spanish? Again, south of I-10, that's where I live. Allí hablamos español. Allí es lo que hablamos, muchos de nosotros. ¿Y quién me está entendiendo ahorita? Yo no sé quién de ustedes habla español. No sé quién me está entendiendo aquí. I'll talk about the dual program. Gosh, darn it, 3 minutes go by fast. I lost my Spanish. My Spanish is not good because of SISD. Dual programs are important, and we should be having literally a factory of Spanish, English-speaking students that can go be interpreters, doctors, attorneys. That is what we should be doing. That is what we have the ability to do. Why aren't we doing it?
I have a lot more to say, but 20 seconds isn't going to do it. So I'll leave you with that. Just think about, I don't know, be better, please. Pretty please. As a taxpayer, as a community member, we need you to be better. The kids need you to be better. The teachers need you to be better. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Ethan Chavez.
Is it okay if I pass these out?
Thank you, Ethan.
Good evening, board members and Acting Superintendent Vasquez. My name is Ethan Chavez, and I am going to be a freshman this upcoming school year. I am here to ask for help in a situation involving my mother, Denise Alvarez, and her friend, Dr. Olivia Granham. Dr. Granham continues to deny me going to America's high school, which is my home school, due to me living with my father. I hope that TEA is aware of this, as Dr. Graham is helping my mother, helping my mother bully me this way, and prevent this, and hopefully, oh shoot, I know, and to prevent this from happening to any other student in this ISD. Thank you.
Mr. Vasquez, can we get some more information on that?
I've been involved in that. I've just received some information. It's I can discuss it later with the family, but it's more of a legal matter. But I can discuss that with them later.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Gabriel Chavez.
Good evening, board members, Acting Superintendent Vasquez. My name is Gabriel Chavez. I'm here to bring you an ongoing issue, which is a civil issue that Dr. Graham and Ms. Alvarez continues to intervene. And Dr. Graham has been helping Ms. Alvarez from last school year and this school year, denying transfers for my son. This past school year, we tried to put a transfer for my son from Sanchez Middle School to John Jurgen School. Both schools approved it. Dr. Graham denied it because she's helping Ms. Alvarez, which is the mother of my children. We also tried to do a transfer from Socorro High School for this coming school year to America's High School, which is also being denied. I hope that TA is listening and are able to help with this. I am a pro se litigant in my case, which is a civil matter at the court. I've tried many times to speak with Socorro's attorney, Mr. Blanco, but he continues to ignore me. This type of behavior from Dr. Graham and Mr. Blanco is not acceptable and should be addressed to meet SISD's customer service standards. It is a civil matter, but yet Socorro continues to get involved in it, and they're not supposed to legally. We have spoken about this whole meeting with the budget, but nobody talks about the corruption. Corruption is what drives the parents out from Socorro. You guys want to improve your attendance? We need to get rid of this corruption here. Thank you.
We do have two more speakers, however, they've signed up for specific agenda items, so we'll proceed with our agenda. Continuing with 8A, District-wide Intruder Detection Audit Report Findings. Mr. Livermore, please.
Mr. Vasquez, Mr. President, fellow trustee members. An intruder detection audit was conducted in the district by Education Service Center, Region 19. Findings will be shared with the district safety, School Safety and Security Committee and the Board of Trustees. A plan of action is in place and will be shared with trustees. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Continuing with Facilities Report, Ms. Fierro.
Good evening, Board President, Mr. Nájera, members of the board, Acting Superintendent, Mr. Vasquez. I'm Liliana Fierro, Director of Facilities and Construction. Tonight, I'm presenting an update on the 2017 bond projects and projects that are not related to the bond. Starting with the Student Activities Complex 2, we are on 95%. The contractor is still working on finishing the punch list. The furniture is being installed, and last week, we attended a City Plan Commission meeting at the City of El Paso for the approval of the plat for this property. That plat was approved, and now the contractor is going to be able to request final inspections to obtain certificate of occupancy. Right now, a public relations department is coordinating a ribbon cutting that is scheduled to be by the end of July. Here's some photos of the overall site, showing Site 1 and Site 2. Here's the home site press box area. Fine arts area. Field entrance from Fine Arts and Locker Rooms building. Southwest entrance. Gallery area and field entrance from the Fine Arts building. Is there any questions for Site 2? Okay. Moving on to the new maintenance and facilities building. This project, the schematic design development, and construction documents are 100%. Right now, we're reviewing the construction documents. And I added to the slide the information on the estimated construction cost. So you now seeing the 6.8. And this is based on the information received by the architect, and it includes furniture, equipment, data, construction cost, contingency, architectural services, and so forth. Is there any questions for this particular project? Okay. Moving on to the 2017 bond budget. So if we see the column K, those projects that have zero balance, that means that these projects are already closed, finished. And any available funding on those accounts are going to be transferred or are being transferred to SAC 2, okay? If we see the ongoing projects, items 12 and 15, starting with the SAC 2. Now, column K, you will see a negative number of 436,362. That's a difference of more or less 437,000 from my last presentation. The number was 874,000. So the number is changing, okay? But this is not final. This number, it's gonna keep changing based on the final numbers once we close the projects, once we process final payments, okay? This number can be higher, can be lower, okay? But I will keep you updated on this. Now, in this particular report, I added now the 6.8 estimated construction cost for the maintenance and facilities building, okay? That amount, it's basically what we need to construct. The design services, you will see column F, it's 901,325. That amount we're gonna be able to cover, but not the construction. So that number, it's negative, the 6.8. So basically, if we, and I also want to clarify the numbers for SAC 2. Column D, the 6.5 million for land purchase and improvements, that's final. That number won't change. The next column, E, for furniture and equipment and IT cost, 1.3 million. That amount will not go higher, okay? But it could change. It could be lower, okay? Now, column F, 5 million. This is an estimated cost to complete all the consulting services, engineering, architectural, testing, and so forth. Okay, so that amount, that's our amount that's gonna change. The column G, 59.9, that's the construction cost, right, per contract. That amount won't change. It's not gonna be higher. It could be lower, but it's not gonna be higher. That amount is already approved by the board, and that's final, okay? Now, so for SAC 2, what we need as of today, the projected estimated cost is 436,000. If we add the negative 6.8 from the new building, that will give you the 7.2 million. So as of today, we are negative 7.2 million. Do you have any questions on these numbers?
Ms. Fierro, that negative 6.8 assumes that we build a maintenance and facilities building, right? So if we do not move forward with a maintenance and facilities building, the negative number is only that negative 436,000, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And just, I would like to clarify that, and this is from the Weaver's report, remember, page number 5. That information was provided at that time based on the status of the current projects at that time, right? Projects that were not closed at the time, so they provided projected cost. In that report, it's showing the 11.5 cost overruns in that report. So if you compare 11.5 versus 7.2, it's more or less 4.3 million. So that's where we are right now. Not 11.5, but we are at the 7.2, just for clarification. Okay. Any other questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Moving on to the ongoing bond projects. So the transportation electric bus charging stations, almost 100% by the end of this month. The auxiliary gyms package 1 and 3 will be presented the next meeting for final payment. And for Monwood High School, also we're gonna present this to the board for final payment in the next board meeting. For portable classroom relocation to East Lake High School, we're still working with maintenance department and IT department on the connections of the portables. Mechanical system assessment at Mission Ridge, the assessment is under review. And here's some more information on the charging stations. We are 95%, and like I mentioned, this project, it's a coordination between transportation, maintenance, IT, facilities, and we are so proud to be part of this project, knowing that this is for our students and that this project is the first in a region. So this is part of the great things that happen in SISD. So I'm so proud to be part of this project. And right now, Public Relations Department has scheduled the ribbon cutting for July 19 at 9 a.m. They will provide you with that information as soon as possible. Okay. So here's some photos of the area showing the charging stations, and that's the location of the ribbon cutting. And finally, the potables at East Lake High School. So we moved 2 doubles from Desert Ring and 2 singles from Clark. So now, as you can see, they are placed at Islay High School, and we're just waiting on connections to be finalized, and then we're gonna request final inspections from the county. Do you have any questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fierro. All right. 8C, health plan rates. Mr. Carmona.
Good evening, Board President Nájera, members of the board, Acting Superintendent Mr. Vasquez, Mario Carmona, Director of Human Resources over Employee Benefits and Risk Management. Before I get started, I want to make sure that you all received an updated copy of the presentation. If I'm not mistaken, a hard copy was placed for your review. And you will see that the agenda that you see on the slide right now on your screen should match the hard copy that you all received. So today I'll be going over some information that probably you might recall from previous presentations, but I think at this point, since some updates have happened, we will go ahead and review those as well. We will be covering or going over the plan options that are currently being offered by the school district, to include the contribution that's being made by the school district on behalf of the employee for those that participate in the consumer-driven health plan, a comparison of the premium rates per plan and per level of coverage, since during our last board meeting we discussed the reduction of the district contribution per employee per month down by $20. A scenario one related to premium cost, current plan structure, possible premium rates range, and next steps. So I like to point out that every time that we speak of plan design, the information that you see on the slide, that's exactly what we're referring to. And when we talk about plan design changes, we're referring to the structure of those plans. So right now, if we were to make any changes or bring forth any information requiring changes to be considered, it will be specifically to the information you see on the slide. Those changes could be to deductibles, to maximum out-of-pockets, co-payments, networks, and so on and so forth. At this point, that information has not been reviewed. We have not made any suggestions or recommendations, but that is information that's coming in the near future in a subsequent workshop or meeting. But again, every time that you hear me or someone refer to plan design, we're referring to the specific structure of each of the options that are being offered or made available to employees. One thing that we have discussed throughout, especially the past few meetings, is funding. We have brought forth that the fact that the health fund at this point, even though it's self-funded, it has not been self-sufficient for a number of years. For a number of years, it has been running on a deficit. Yet, to address the current general fund deficit, as you might all recall from the previous board meeting, the board considered a reduction of the contribution that's being made by per member per month. Each month. And to illustrate the difference between the change, you'll see the two tables that are comparing the $575, which is a current monthly contribution, versus the $555 per plan year, per plan option, per level of coverage. And it translates just to a $20 difference between the two main components of the revenue, where the revenue is coming from. So to give you an example, under the premier option for employee only, the school district is currently contributing $575 and the employee $160. Moving forward, effective 1/1, if this was to be the case and the final option that it's approved, then that will translate to the school district contributing $555 and now the employee $180. So the change, you'll see that's consistent throughout each option and through each level of coverage. Now, as we have probably recalled from previous years, we like to bring information early enough for you to be able to be aware of the situation of the health fund. So far, what we're anticipating will happen in the next upcoming months is that next month, in the month of July, like I mentioned, hopefully as soon as we return back from the 4th of July break, we will host that workshop to where we will show you a menu of options to include rates and plan design changes. The plan design changes, as I mentioned, will be specific to what's being offered in terms of, what an employee can choose as their deductible, their maximum out of pocket, and if there's an option that provides different networks, such as a preferred provider organization, PPO, or the ACO, the accountable care organization, then they'll have those options to choose from. But in terms of the timeline, you'll see that we have listed for the month of July a workshop, for the month of August an additional workshop in the event that there's additional things that need to be further clarified. And you might recall that throughout the presentations we have talked about a forecast, what we're spending, what we are projecting to be the case in terms of the health fund for the next upcoming plan year. And that's exactly what we'll do during that workshop. We will see how we're trending in terms of medical expenses and prescription expenses, which I can tell you that the level of contribution at this point is not meeting our expenses. Our expenses, they are what they are at this point, but you will have a menu to choose from in terms of what you would like to make sure that we move forward and continue to offer to our employees. The next slide makes reference to what Mrs. Perez spoke about earlier today. It's an illustration of what has transpired in the last few years, but for this particular slide, it makes reference since 2020. And you can see that the expenses go above what our revenue has been. And as a result, administration has subsidized that deficit throughout the years. It was mentioned that in 2020, it was 9 million, 2021, 4.5, 2022, 4, and 2023, 6.5. But I can tell you that for 2023, there's always something seems to be not right in terms of the numbers, because budget-wise, we look at July 1st through June 30th, and our plan runs January 1st through December 31st. So we have to work in hand with finance to make sure that we keep our numbers in sync to be able to report that back to you. So that's the reason why at times what I'm referring to in terms of the 12-month period may not necessarily match the 12-month period for budget, because budget runs July through June and plan year runs January through December. Just a point of reference. Next, we have the report on the revenues and expenditures. And at this point, I'd like to invite Mr. Vargas from our finance department to go over this particular piece of information.
Good evening, President Aguirre, Acting Superintendent, Mr. Vasquez, and members of the board. I'm Rene Vargas, Director of Business Services. As you can see on your screen, we have the internal service funds financials as of May 31st of this year. And these are actuals, but just for to make it clear, there is a note that for the healthcare insurance, we're always in a 1-month lag. So in reality, this is for 10 months up to April and not May itself. So if you can keep that in mind, we still have 2 more months remaining. As you can see, our operating revenue right now is at 42.1 million. And as Mr. Carmona mentioned, our expenses are exceeding, so they're at 54.8 at this point, giving us an operating loss of 12.7. Factoring in what we get, the small amount that we get in interest, it actually brings out to our income loss, or rather our loss, as of 12.5. When you factor that in that we have right now, which is our beginning balance, what we call our beginning balance on net assets, we were at 8.4, and factoring the 12.5, we're actually by the end of this month, we're actually at a 4.1 deficit. there any questions we can answer?
Oh,
I just have, and it's not for you, Mr. Vargas. The question that I have is, why the different calendars? I know at some point we did have the same calendar and then it was switched. Is there a benefit to having the January through December and offset? Please share with me.
Sure, absolutely. Good question. Yes, there is a benefit in respect to the Affordable Care Act and some of the requirements that we need to provide in terms of documentation to our employees. There's something that was implemented regarding proof of having health insurance through an employer, what's known as a 1094 and the 1095C forms. In addition to that, it's easier to administer and keep track of other features that are regulated by the IRS, such as the flexible spending accounts, a health savings account, and so on and so forth. So there's benefits to both, but I know that at the time when the change was approved, that was something that it was brought over by administration for consideration. Now going back to the scenario that we have previously discussed, again, at this point, what's being considered is a baseline of current structure plan and a $20 decrease in district contribution. So again, as you saw in the previous, I think it's second to the first slide, there's a change in the monthly premium amount for the employee of $20. The increase is already reflected in that table, so you can see a side-by-side comparison. Another piece of information that we brought previously is a modeling of a 40% increase to address the current health fund deficit. And it's been said that most likely this will not be administration's recommendation, but we still need to make you aware that if this was to be addressed at once, that will most likely be the option to follow, to increase respectively each premium by level of coverage, and that's in general what we will be looking at. Rather, we are providing you with some additional information in the event that you all needed to see what the low premium would be or the high increase would be. That's reflected in each one of the tables you see. And it's separated by, plan option. So just to make a quick reference to one of the plans, the premier option, PPO, employee only. As I mentioned earlier, so far what we're looking at is the $20 increase to the employee. But that could potentially, again, if it's addressed at once within a plan year, it could go up to $304. This information most likely will be provided in a table like the tables that we provided earlier today in the upcoming plan structure update and premium rates update. So as I have mentioned in previous meetings, the health plan design recommendations and premium rates for the 2025 plan year will be presented in a subsequent workshop. Employee premium contribution amounts require adjustments based on medical and prescription expenses per level of coverage. Those include employee and spouse, employee and child or children, employee and family. To address the health fund deficit, health fund forecast information for the upcoming plan year will be provided before each annual open enrollment for employee benefits. And again, that's the workshop or the meeting that I'm referring to. We will bring that information to the board for the board's consideration, and then, based on the direction that we get, that's how we will move forward to be able to address that, the health fund deficit. And the annual enrollment period is held each October. So if you might recall the timeline, we're anticipating for all this to be settled hopefully by the month of August of the current year. Subsequently, open enrollment will be held in October, and whatever is settled at that time will become effective as of the first of the following year. Are there any questions?
Question, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. 8D, Strategic Plan Priority 4.
Good evening, Andrea Cruz, Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services. This evening, we're going to be sharing information, providing an update to you around some of the work that falls under Priority 4 of the 2023-2027 District Strategic Plan. This priority targets operations and facilities and evaluating the state of all campuses and district facilities and pursuing funding to implement measures. In this case, we're sharing information from the standpoint of emergency management, and presenting will be Ron Livermore, Director of Emergency Management, and Lily Fierro, Director of Facilities and Construction.
I'll be addressing 41C, followed by 41B. In the summer of 2023, the 88th Legislature passed what is referred to as the school safety requirements. Immediately after that, Texas Education Agency defined those as school safety standards. Those standards is what's driving the funding to make the changes to our schools concerning safety and security. There are 4 fund grants applied, and they're specifically targeted, as you'll see. It does require certification from our superintendent on an annual basis. The first grant is called the Silent Panic Alert Technology Grant. This requires a push button in all classrooms that goes directly to 911 that is uninterrupted. All school employees have been trained on that button and how to use it and the consequences of when they push that button and what it does. Subsequently, it also notifies our own 911 operating center as well as our Socorro emergency response team when that button is pushed. We're required to conduct a biannual maintenance check of all those classroom buttons. The second grant is called the Safety and Security Grant. We determined, based upon evaluation, that we needed to install bullet-resistant film on all of our main entrances and the adjacent windows, primarily because we cannot use fencing to secure that area. It's not allowed. Plus, it is a deterrent to visitors and anyone else that would want to freely come up and do business with the school through the main entrance. That project was completed in May 2024, and all funds from that grant have been expensed, meaning that all schools have hardened front entrances, not just the doors, but all the adjacent windows attached to those doors. So we now have a secure hardened front entrance. The most significant of the 4 grants is what's referred to as the SAFE Grant Cycle 1. This is the primary large portion of the grant to address all the other remaining factors that are outlined within the standards. It was determined based on evaluation that we would apply the bulk of this money toward fencing. We have a standard, as we've met many times before, concerning our exterior doors and the lack of the secure standard on those doors. Fencing will allow us to soften those exterior doors, allow our students to transition in and out of doors in a secure fence area, and we continue to have findings with TEA. We also need to install knock boxes. It was determined we do not have a complete layout of knock boxes at all of our schools for both police and fire. And we are required to have exterior door numbers that are visible from the road and required by the standards. We also did an evaluation of our communication infrastructure for first responders that would respond to emergencies inside our district. Oh, I apologize. Thank you, sir. Just wink at me. Apologize. So we determined that our infrastructure is not current to standard, so we'll need to do a significant upgrade of our first responder communication package. And then finally, we want to move to a cloud-based video management software, specifically for the body-worn cameras of our police officers. That will bring us into compliance on that side. The last grant is Safe Grant Cycle 2, and this is a remainer grant. So if we, the standards are boiled down into 2 tiers, Tier 1 and Tier 2. Fortunately, we're going to meet all of Tier 1 standards, which are the primary. So it gives us some flexibility in how we want to spend it in our safety areas and security areas that we still have outlined. So we've identified that we're going to need additional cameras because we'll be creating some blind spots with our cameras by placing that secure fencing around the facilities. So we'll need some additional cameras on those blind spots. Plus, we need to have cameras that watch the fence line as required. We also want to be very strategic about those egress gates that we'll be putting on those fences. These are the push bar egress gates to walk out but not come back in. We want to provide some flexibility with electronic access in those gates, such as with PE teachers, parking areas for teachers to come in and out of the facility. We want to provide and upgrade our protective gear for both our SISD police and security. We need to do a master key audit and make sure that we have a full control of our keys, the master keys for all of our facilities, since those will be going inside those knock boxes. And if there's any issues there, we'll rectify that, get on inventory control, and have appropriate issue of those master keys. And then we want to do training on active shooter and reunification in this district. Are there any questions on 41C before we move on to the evaluation portion?
Mr. Livermore, question.
Yes, sir.
I was at the demonstration at Eastlake Middle School, I believe it was. No, maybe it wasn't. I don't remember which campus it was actually right now. For the bullet-resistant film. Who's the vendor that finally provided that for us?
It was called Safe Haven was the general company, but a subsidiary of the company is AJS Tactical, who put that in.
Oh, okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
It was Eastlake Middle School. Yep.
Going on to 41B. So first thing that was required of the standards was to do an evaluation of our security standards, primarily looking at the exterior facade of the facility and everything else that would be required to create secure areas and marshal any other safety security issues that we have for our program. So the vendors and I walked 130,000 linear feet of fence line to determine the needs for the district. We observed 1,487 exterior doors and a variety of other exterior safety features as well. So again, first we looked at securing that main entrance. We applied bullet-resistant film. I just want to clarify that it's not bulletproof. That word gets floated around. It's just resistant, right up to certain calibers. Larger calibers have more penetration. Smaller calibers won't penetrate. There's also anchoring involved. By applying that film to the adjacent windows, those large foyers, when that main door opens up, we also protected those windows so they just can't go around the door and bash in a window and gain access that way. So that entire front is now considered hardened. They would have to work diligently on that. We did anchor all of those bullet-resistant films, so even if they did shoot that glass, they would have to bash it and bash it and bash it because it's anchored to the steel frame, right? So they'd have to just work on it for a very long time. Of course, we would have our SROs respond appropriately. It's also a combination of other efforts along with that bullet-resistant film that we now have what we consider a very hardened front entrance, but it's still considered welcoming for our visitors, our parents, and our community members. Next, a large thing we had to do was create secure areas. This allows our exterior doors to be flexible so our students can transition at Eastlake High School from the building out to portables, out to the sporting areas, and back into those facilities, and we're not getting dinged on it and not meeting the letter of the law. So we're using a combination of chain link, wrought iron fencing. We identified quite a bit of existing chain link fence, and all we need to simply do is add slats to that to make it compliant with state law. And we primarily applying the wrought iron on the front area of the schools where we have exterior exit doors, entry doors, and anywhere we have vehicular traffic, bus zones, drop-off zones, and parking areas. We also identified that we do not meet the compliance standard when it comes to knock boxes. So we'll be applying knock boxes both for police and fire. They'll be separate. We'll have physical keys and access cards. We will not have maps in them because we're required under the standards to issue out emergency response maps to all of our responding agencies, including all 911 centers. On numbering, has to be what's called a coordinated door numbering system. Goes clockwise around the building, has to be visible in low light situations. It will include the portables inside that coordinated door numbering system, and it will be placed on our emergency maps. Again, we evaluated our emergency responder communications, and we determined that we needed upgrades in that area. So we focused really on the critical communication infrastructure for this district. When we finish with that upgrade in the next few months, we'll have full operability of any responding agency, whether it's local, state, or federal, in our district, and their communications will still be operable. As I mentioned, because of the large number of linear feet of fencing that we'll be placing around our schools, we have created some blind spots and we'll need additional cameras to monitor those, as well as we're required to monitor the fence lines with cameras. And we will be strategic about placing electronic access cards for like the PE coaches when they go out to the bigger fields, need to walk through those gates in and out. We will give them access cards to do that quite easily. Teachers to come off the parking areas into their hallways and rooms, but still provide that secure area. We're also required to do a biannual audit of all those access cards as well. Is there any questions on 4.1b? All right, thank you.
All right, we continue then with the consent agenda. Are there any items to be pulled? I need to pull 9C1, 9D2, and 9D3.
9J.
9D3. Jay?
9J.
Nine H, 5 and 6.
9H, 5, and 6.
Nine J has 2, so it's for both.
Correct.
Motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of items 9C1, 9D2, 9D3, H5, H6, and item J, 1 and 2.
I second.
Motion to approve made by Mrs. Nájera, seconded by Ms. Macias. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes. We'll continue with 9C1. Amendments for June 19, 2024. Ms. Pettis? Or Ms. Olson, Mr. Vargas?
Good evening again, President Nájera, Acting Superintendent Mr. Vasquez, and members of the board. Rene Vargas, Director of Business Services. So for 9C1, as Ms. Olson is passing out, so as you can see in the agenda item, we are respectfully requesting approval for the health fund amendment. And what this basically is it's just to set up the budget for the healthcare transfer to support the fund itself. And this is the one that we've been doing periodically every year. The last year, I think it was 6.5. So for this particular year, we're requesting the 8.8 million.
Questions?
Just one.
Sir?
The 8.8 is, gets us through December of this year, or?
It's actually, it'll help us up to the June 30th that we're going to implement there. So that 4 million that we
So it's only
mentioned
the-
earlier.
The fiscal year, not the calendar year.
Correct.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Mrs. Macias, seconded by Ms. Gardea. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes.
Thank you.
Okay, item 9D2, legal services for special education. I pulled this item because we have a speaker signed up for 9D2. Mr. Sammy Carejo, please.
I know I've spoken quite a bit already, but this is one of the issues that I have deep in my heart place for. Kids with special needs. I know I come here a lot and I talk about the budget and stuff like that, but kids with special needs, somebody needs to stand up for them. And I know this is to hire, now here it says to provide legal services. Can somebody explain what legal services are? That is such a broad statement. Are we going to be hiring an attorney to help parents who have kids with special needs? Or are they going to be in the same capacity as Mr. Blanco as the district's legal counsel? What's the difference? Mr. Blanco here does not represent or defend any of the taxpayers or the parents. His job is to try, and he tries very hard, I think he needs to try a little harder, to keep the school board out of getting in trouble. This says legal services. Can somebody please explain to me what legal services are for special ed? Stop my time. I'm asking, how are we going to vote on something if we don't even know what services we're voting for? Anybody? Please note that, Mr. Hinojosa, Mr. Kim, we have things. You want to talk about the budget? You wanted just the consent agenda. What does consent agenda mean? Just say yes. But yet I just asked them what it is for, and nobody can answer. This is why we have problems with the budget. I hate consent agenda. For those who don't know, everybody watching on YouTube, a consent agenda is when it's automatically approved without even talking about it. Nobody here knows. Mr. Vasquez, do you know?
This is, we are a legal consultant on special education matters.
Okay, so now in open forum, you guys can't answer questions. But I'm asking a question, and you wait until my last 2 minutes were done before you said somebody. So I will say that it's pretty sad that nobody knows what these are. Hopefully we will know after this person speaks. But I want the parents to understand that if they hire an attorney, are they going to represent the best interest of the child, of the children, the parents, or are they just going to defend the district when they mess up? Thank you.
Point of clarification, there was a 10-page response to the RFQ, and personally, I think it'd be very difficult to summarize the 10 pages and the responses as to what the services would be provided, but it is there. Okay, so legal services for special education? No, no more speakers. Do we have any questions?
Motion to approve. Second.
Has spoken about it. Robert's Rules of Order. You should look them up.
I did not say anyone was going to speak, Mr. Carejo.
You
Mr.
told me
Carejo,
right
your time
now
is up.
somebody was going to speak.
I said you, sir. You signed up to speak to it. You
Right.
spoke.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and vote on this without knowing what it's about?
Mr. Carejo, your time is up. Please step away from the podium.
Gotcha. I need
have
you,
a
once you
motion
go home, Robert's Rules of
to
Order.
approve.
Mr. Nahara.
By Mrs. Nahara.
I
Seconded by Ms. Gardea. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. Moving on to item 9D3. We also have a speaker. We have a speaker who signed up to speak specific to this agenda item. That speaker is Mr. Alfredo Agüero.
Translation services proposal. Finally, I'm glad it's on this agenda. Hoping it's approved because these services are very needed for the community. Like I said, a lot of times, I always cancel later, is none. And the Microsoft program you guys had, it gives a very bad translation. So I'm glad it's on it, and I really hope you guys approve it because our community need it. And not just on the board meetings, on the special education meetings, on any place where the public goes. We need translation everywhere. Thank you.
No additional speaker, any further discussion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Mr. Castellanos, seconded by Mr. Barrera. Now discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. Moving on then to item 9H5. Castellano.
Well, 5 and 6 are similar. You're pulling EF local out, right? You're erasing the entire, looking at the policy committee, right? You're pulling that one out?
Yes. Good evening, President Nahra, Acting Superintendent Mr. Vasquez, and members of the board. I'm Gina Ixangsri, School Improvement Officer. This recommendation did come from TASB to eliminate policy EF local and move it to EFA and EFB. So it separates the instructional materials review and library materials review.
Okay, what I did see removed that I'm questioning is in EF, in the old policy, guiding principles under parental control, so that was removed, where it allowed the parent, if they found material objective, that they can bring it up. You remove that paragraph out of it? It was the last paragraph in EF local.
I believe that same information is located under the formal request for reconsideration, and it moved the information for the committee members and the formal request to that area.
And that's, yeah, I was reviewing EFA and I didn't see it there, so it moved over to EFA?
Yes, sir. So they, the new section under under formal request for reconsideration does include information whether the challenge material will be continued to be used and the frequency of review. I don't see parents in there, but this was the verbiage that, it's on, sorry, I don't have the board book in front of me, but under informal reconsideration, it does say that a parent can offer an alternative material.
You remove the parent's ability to exercise control over reading, listening, or viewing matters extends only to his or her child, and that was in EFA, it's where?
EFA, that section I don't see, sir, but this was
Under
the
guiding principles number 2, a parent's ability to exercise control over instruction extends only to his or her own child as
Here
set
it is,
forth
I
in
see it,
Education
yeah.
Code Chapter 26.
Okay, here it is. I found it. I had trouble finding it,
That's
but
okay. I did too, clearly. Thank you, sir.
thank you, Michael. Motion to approve
Second.
both EF and EFA, or do we take it one at a time?
Up to you, sir. What's your,
Both, they can be approved.
okay, so I have a
EF,
motion
EF.
made by Mr. Castellano to approve 9H5 and 6. Does your second still hold, Mr. Barrera?
Yes.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. We now have item J, 1 and 2. Under J, Mr. Barrera?
It's pretty much simple. I know these are new positions, being the deficit that we're in. My motion is just to remove these 2 items, just due to the deficit. Or is there a very high of importance that we need to continue to go into a deficit by creating these 2 positions?
Good evening again, me again. Mr. Barrera, that's a great question. This position would offset one general funded position by moving that position to Title II as an internal reassignment.
Which position is that?
It would be an current instructional officer that's funded out of the general fund.
And you said it would be funded by,
Title II, Part A.
That would be a reduction in our general 199, and it would go into
Federal. Yes, ma'am.
Title I.
Title II.
Title II.
Yes, ma'am.
okay. So it would help the cause.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the second one?
Good evening, President Nájera, members of the board, Mr. Vasquez. This is not a new position, Mr. Barrera. It's a great question. This is a current position that we have. The current job description has the days as from 197 to 226, but our child find clerk already works 226 days. They also have a little bit of a different job description or responsibilities. They're at our district, they're not at a campus, and they also do some vision and hearing screeners for our students that come for child find at the office. So we included that. So it's not a new position, we're just changing it to be that one position at 226 days. Everything else stays the same.
Okay.
And if I'm not mistaken, that position is already currently filled.
It is.
Yeah. We're just changing their job
Okay.
description.
So then I'll change my motion to approve 9J.
1 and 2.
1 and 2.
I'll second that.
Motion made by Mr. Herrera, seconded by Mr. Castellano. Any further discussion?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Continuing then with new business, consider approval of new additional teacher and administration employment contracts.
Good evening, President Nájera, Mr. Vasquez, members of the board. I'm Selena Stiles, Interim Chief Human Resources Officer. Administration is requesting approval of the additional teacher employment contracts and additional administration recommendations for the 24-25 school year. This recommendation, consideration, and approval is the contract recommendations for the additional teachers, librarians, nurses, counselors, speech therapists, educational diagnosticians, and administrative contracts. This information has been verified by the Department of Human Resources and was presented to you in your packet. Administration recommends consideration and approval of the item as presented.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion to approve made by Ms. Macias, seconded by Ms. Gardea. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. 10C, consider approval. I'm sorry. 10B, consider approval of compensation plan update to include approval of stipends, with the exception of travel stipends and revisions to the district compensation plan. Ms. Stiles.
Good evening again, President Nájera, Mr. Vasquez, members of the board. I normally don't create slides regarding the updates to the compensation plan. It's an annual thing, it's a live document. This is kind of the annual revision that we make this year, but I went ahead and created some slides just to kind of target those areas that where there are updates to the plan. So some of the items to be reviewed this evening will be the substitute pay schedule updates, stipend and incentive updates, specifically WIN stipends, some special ed stipend alignments, UIL district coordinator, CTE stipend, the teacher incentive allotment, and travel stipends. And on your book, it will start on page 463. So the first thing that I'm going to address is the substitute pay schedule updates. All the changes in this particular area are referencing ESSA. We were offering a retention payment for substitutes that worked 100 days or more that was being paid through ESSA. And then some of the rates had increased because of ESSA funds. So we're removing that and we're returning rates to pre-ESSA. Okay, so that's that first slide. The second slide is addressing WIN. So the WIN Academy is going away. So we're removing the WIN math stipend, the WIN Science stipend and the WIN Academy stipend. In addition, as you all are aware, we had the forensic audit, and some of the recommendations were to align pay codes with the compensation plan. So we've made changes on the pay code side. However, there were some changes that needed to occur on the compensation side. Specifically, sorry, I need to put my glasses on. Specifically with special education, those particular stipends hadn't been audited with respect to titles and program titles in a while. So we wanted to align. We worked closely with the special ed department to identify those stipends. So you see some deletions, but they're not actual deletions. Under special education, where it has collab, specialized support, and co-teach, that one line kind of took over those three where you see the $1,500 stipends being removed. For the specialized units, we wanted to identify that they are special education, specialized unit, and then removing just where it said special education. In addition, we needed to identify, for transparency, because again, it kind of fell within those generic titles, the TSA Autism Spectrum Disorder Specialist and the in-home trainer. So those are the changes for special ed. Going on to the next page, which is page 477 and 478 of your book, identifying that the district coordinator for UIL will receive one $750 stipend, not one per grade level. It is one person that does this right now, and so we're just clarifying that so there's no misunderstanding. And then again, part of auditing, we worked with CTE and added some clarifying language there. So the Career and Technology Student Organization sponsor, which we kind of refer to as CTSO, is a stipend that's paid out in May, and that's identified through the CTE program. But they put some clarifying language there because there's a criteria that has to be met. So a teacher can earn this stipend up to $1,500, but it's $150 per student. So the maximum is $1,500. It can be less depending on the participation of the program. And then we are adding the CTE AV audio video stipend. That originally was part of that CTSO, but through our audit, we identified that it needed to be pulled out just for transparency purposes. And so again, we're kind of just aligning with the recommendations of the forensic audit and making it more visible and transparent for those paid purposes. The other thing we're adding language for, and I don't know if you all recall, last year we came to you for the teacher incentive allotment for the teachers that have been identified through TEA with an allotment to pay 90% of the allotment, and the district keep the other 10% for processing and so forth. At this point, we want to just pay the 100% to the teachers. It's their allotment, we've identified who they are, and we want to just give them 100%. So we're updating the language to say TIA teachers identified will get 100% of the allotment. And then the last slide kind of references the travel stipend. I know we're not approving the stipends themselves at this moment, but I did want to note that we're planning on changing the title of the stipend from travel to mileage. One, so avoid confusion. People don't think we're paying travel to travel. It's mileage. It's a mileage stipend for those that travel within the district between buildings. But since we're not going to approve travel stipends, I want to clarify why. Right now, we are reviewing travel stipends. I know we've reviewed them in the past with you all. But it keeps coming up as a question, and we want to come back and bring it back to the drawing board and demonstrate that we're doing our due diligence also and reviewing those items. So we will be reviewing them. We're working with the conservator as well with Mr. Kim, and we will bring the recommendations forth in July for the ones that will be removed and the ones that will be kept. And once you all make that decision, then we will notify employees that will be impacted. The only thing I can tell you is that the budget for that will not exceed the allocated amount. Okay. So at this time, are there any questions?
Question. I've brought this up in the past. This stipend was approved in '21, the Campus Excellence Stipend. That was approved as a recruitment stipend, but I understand it's still being paid out. And it wasn't a retention stipend. It was never brought back to the board to convert it to a retention stipend. 2 additional years have been paid out on that, and it's still just a recruitment stipend, but that's $26,000 that have been paid out in addition that wasn't authorized. Our conservators can look into
It is part
that.
of the compensation plan. It has never been removed, but we can certainly work with, I can certainly work with Mr. Vasquez and Cabinet to bring that recommendation back.
Because it was approved as a recruitment stipend. And they brought the principal down from Pebble Hills to, but a recruitment is the 1 year, not retention, and it was never asked to be a retention stipend. That would need to be looked into. The travel stipend, I would like to see what adjustments are going to be made. The other concern I have is the cell phone stipend. We're paying $50 a month for persons who have, been granted a cell phone stipend. That covers the use of their personal device completely. So we're actually paying for a personal device for each employee that's listed here, even though all other employees, teachers, whoever, are required to have a cell phone so the principal can call them and they can put their apps on the phone so the parents can get a hold of them, but we don't compensate for them. If people in the district are gonna use cell phones and for work, there's ways in the tax form where they can deduct it, and we don't have to take it out of a public fund to finance a personal device. If we want the person to have a device, and it was recommended in the past to the other superintendents, that we can just put a plan together through T-Mobile or whoever and get us the phones and it would probably be at a lot more reduced rate than what we're getting now. And we're paying with $12,000 a month. It's not a lot, but it's something that we have to look at, and we can divert that fund somewhere else. So.
We can evaluate that with the travel stipends, Mr. Graciano.
Pardon?
We can evaluate that along with the travel stipends as well.
And the Campus Excellent
Yes, sir.
stipend too.
Yes, sir.
But everything else I wouldn't have a problem with.
Motion?
Motion to approve the compensation plan with the exception of the Campus Excellence stipend, cell phone stipend, and the travel mileage stipend.
Second.
I have a motion made by Mr. Castellano, seconded by Mr. Barrera. Discussion? Ms. Stiles?
Yes, sir.
Just for point of clarification.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure you guys understand this is for next year, correct? So currently they're being paid. Once the new year rolls around, unless you reapprove the cell phone, the Campus Excellence stipend, and the travel stipends, you won't be able to pay them. Okay.
So if they're not approved this meeting, then they will not be paid as of July 1st.
So we have 2 groups of employees. We have a July pay cycle and an August pay cycle. So the July pay cycle is going to be the majority of the 12-month employees. After June 30th paycheck, they will not receive a stipend until you all approve it, if they're receiving Campus Excellence, travel, and cell. So I can tell you for the Campus Excellence, that will be impacted, travel and cell. Now for our 10-month employees or our August pay cycle, their last paycheck is in July for the current school year. So they'll continue to receive their stipend through July until the new year starts for them.
We're going to have a board meeting next week, right, to approve.
Consider the...
Can we have the information by then on the other 2 stipends, and we can include that? We can approve the compensation plan minus those 3. We can table the other 3 until this board meeting next week, providing you provide the information that we're looking into. Would that?
I think trying to redesign the plan, however equitable it might be for the future, by next week sometime. Might be,
It's 3 items. Well, you're gonna already put the travel plan,
might be
right?
asking a lot at this particular point, trying to evaluate what is equitable, what is right. Cell phone, for example, so forth and so on at this point. Unless there's a harshness, just getting rid of that. Just trying to come up with something by next week, sometime early next week, might be a little bit difficult challenge for the staff, in my personal opinion.
If you approve it in July, there will be one paycheck that they don't receive it, the July 15th paycheck. And if you make it retroactive to the beginning of the year, then we would retroactively pay them.
Which would then give you a little bit more time to come up with a reasonable plan, perhaps, that the board can consider in
Yes.
terms of doing that. This is one I'm sure, just like anything else at this particular point, it's about treating the current employees without sort of surprising them, some sense of fairness. I think in some sense, if you had a year-long engagement about this discussion with the employees, and they can anticipate something's coming down, and I need to readjust, and given some time to adjust their situation in many ways, whether it be to voluntarily to say, I'm going to go and do something else or not use a cell phone and so forth and so on. But I think just that sort of that time frame is something that the board, you need to consider that. Certainly it's within your rights to just say, we don't want to deal with it anymore.
This question was asked last year.
No.
When we approved it, and I was ignored last year, but now you guys are here, and I'm just saying, we still haven't addressed the issue, and every year I bring it up to address it, and we get it kicked down the road. So if we can get a month to, I think that would be fair to allow this to be evaluated properly.
I don't have any plans July 4th, so I'll be here.
Okay, so we have a motion made by Mr. Castellano to approve the stipends except for those three. Second by Mr. Barrera. We're in discussion. I would just say that I'm concerned that we're gonna impact people's paychecks so significantly. And we've talked about not making an impact, minimizing the impact. And, I could think of an alternative motion that I would make. Okay, any other discussion?
My comment is I would hate to blindside our employees who are receiving the stipend without any notice.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion fails. Make a motion to approve the compensation or item 10B as presented with a request to bring back those three stipends that Mr. Castellano mentioned to the July 17th board meeting for additional consideration.
It does say on the board packet, it says, with the exception of travel stipends. So I think the only exception that is to be made. I know that there was three.
What does that mean?
Is it the mileage?
So that wasn't
They're
for
not
approval,
calling
they
it
were just changing
travel, they
the
were changing
word.
it to mileage.
Is that correct?
So with that, Mr. Nájera, if we're still removing these stipends,
We're not removing them, they're approved
okay, but we want to bring them back for consideration.
in July
Okay,
at the July regular board meeting.
okay.
Second.
Mr. Blanco, was my motion clear enough? Okay. Motion made by me, seconded by Ms. Nájera. Any further discussion?
It will be reviewed again, my request, okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. 10C, consider approval of update to the 2024-25 district calendar. Dr. Starkey.
Good evening once again, President Nájera, members of the board, and Mr. Vasquez. We have, in November of 2023, we came before you to request approval for our 2024 and 25 and 2025-26 district calendars, and the way that those were presented at that time were approved and have subsequently for several months now been publicly posted. We were working, Mr. Vasquez, myself, a couple of other people were involved, and we were looking at the calendar in terms of the work days and teacher work days and student instructional days, and we have a proposal / recommendation from administration on the table to add 2 professional development days in lieu of 2 instructional days. I'm sorry, it was only 1 page, so I apologize for not making something and putting it up. I should have used snip and sketch or whatever that is, but I apologize. But it is on page 491 of your board book, which is almost as long as War and Peace. Okay, so now if we go back to that, these professional development days, we already had one approved for October 14th, which would be the Monday right after intersession. And we had another one approved for March 24th, which would be the Monday right after spring intersession. Okay. So we have October 15th proposed and March 25th proposed to be one day longer off for the kiddos, and then each time 2 days additional staff development for the teachers, so they will have an opportunity to be able to we can have structured types of professional development activities that focus on best practices. And there's been quite a bit of, maybe not on the record, but a lot of verbal discussion on what those topics could be that we could accomplish during that time. And then they can take those back into the classroom and maximize the instructional time that is available. I want to make the point that if we were to do this, we would still have 77,400 instructional minutes, which is far exceeds by several days of time by 1,800 minutes the 75,600 that's required by state law. It's one of those ones that I just keep in here, House Bill 2610. Okay, and actually they say that 180 days is 420 minutes, and our students are in school 450 minutes a day. So it's not based on days so much as it is based on minutes. This allows teachers more time to maximize. It stays within their contract since it's 187 days. So in other words, this wouldn't cost more money by any means. And in fact, besides being a benefit for them and ultimately our point of service, the students, it could also possibly save some money, because we know that with substitutes, the budget was touched on several hours ago, I guess. Okay, we've been here a while. The budget, we talked about substitutes. Illnesses are going to happen. Illnesses in family are going to happen. That's impossible to avoid. But we can by doing this, we have an opportunity to keep teachers in the classroom more, and we may be able to minimize those absences. So there's several reasons that we thought of to respectfully ask for your approval for this calendar adjustment.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Mrs. Nájera, seconded by Ms. Gardea. Any further discussion?
Question.
Sure.
So in the summer, are they still getting 8 weeks off, the students?
Yes, sir. They, yes, it's almost pretty much the exact same. It didn't change.
Okay, I'm just for clarification, I just want to make sure that they're still going to get their 8 weeks. So July, or technically of August of 25, they would start the 4th of August. Is that correct?
You're exactly right.
Okay, thank you.
Got a question, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Is there any fiscal impact to this decision?
No, sir. Hopefully it brings a benefit by keeping teachers in the classroom more, not being out for professional development reasons.
If I can clarify that, we typically give teachers a planning day per 9 weeks to prepare for the upcoming 9 weeks. What we want to do is change those out with these days, to take away those planning days that they have where they have to call in a sub during the regular day, substitute it with these days, which are already built into the calendar. So we're basically reducing the students' days by 2, giving them to teachers to allow them to plan also for the coming 9 weeks. That should save us probably over $1 million in sub money.
Question, what other districts are at 173 or less?
I wish I could tell you. I looked at several calendars, and I didn't find any like that. But one of the things that I do want to say, Ms. Macias, is that if the law is based on the minutes, there are the 77,400 is very comparable to the ones that I looked at.
Correct. And my concern is kids need us. They need to be in school. And I know that we've consistently gone from, I think it was 177, now it's 173. Our neediest children need to be in school. That is my concern. I completely understand the fiscal piece of it, that we would be possibly saving some SUD money. We are a top district academically. You know, kudos to our teachers. Right now, preliminary data, Socorro's on the top. Let me say that again. Of course, Socorro's on the top academically. That's my one concern.
And I can share with you that was a topic of discussion when we were formulating this plan and looking at these days. We consulted with our academics team just to ensure that how much of an impact this would be to our students. But we feel confident that with our DPLCs, with these additional planning days, it'll definitely, we don't feel like it'll be a loss of instruction.
Question else? Sure. So this takes place during the spring break?
Yes, in the fall intersession, which is October, we are proposing to you, recommending to add one more. So it would be like, say, October 14th, Monday, that's already approved. So we're requesting to add October 15th, Tuesday. Then in your spring intersession, March 24th is already approved to be a professional development day. So we are requesting of you to approve March 25th also.
So the teacher would lose one of the days off in the break, right?
What's that?
The teachers would...
Actually, no, because it would have been an instructional day, so they would have been there anyway.
They would have been teaching?
Yeah, they would have been teaching. Instead, they're going to have an opportunity for staff
So
development.
we're taking the kids out. That's what we're doing.
The kids will not be there.
Okay, I don't have the calendar. I can't see it.
So what would happen essentially is when teachers are out, a teacher would need to take a day off anyway for these planning days that have been part of our instructional plan for years and years. So there would be no significant loss of instructional time, because we're going to need to allow the teachers to have a day off for planning anyway, so they would be able to substitute that day. Now I understand them not being in the building could be impactful, but they would be without their teacher anyway if we would stick with our original plan of giving them a day off to plan.
Just to add to the conversation, there are a few school districts in the state of Texas now doing this sort of similar calendars. I don't have the exact number, but they're really around the suburb of Corpus Christi area. Cal Allen Independent School District and so forth are still in this sort of year-round schedule is kind of the challenge there. Certainly there are benefits to that. I think that having these days in my previous school district, I actually had 9 of these districts. But you got to be really thoughtful. And Ms. Costa, you pointed out, when you have a spring break that butts up into this, teachers have a tendency to take an extra day on that Thursday. So you have to really watch out for some issues about substitute issues and those. You really have to communicate intentionally to all the teachers about the purpose of this from a budgetary standpoint, from an instructional standpoint, to make this thing work. So once again, without that clear monitoring, clear accountability by the principals to their teachers, people could abuse it in some sense. But I do concur with Mr. Vasquez's comments. This is, I think, an ideal situation. You're not adding on anything. Rather, you're actually shifting what you already had, the planning times, which actually encourage substitutes, where students were getting taught by substitutes rather than by the teacher, and then scooting that over or shifting that over to an actual real professional development time. That's what you want to accomplish here, and also give that time back to the students. Once again, you calculate the amount of time from minutes perspective to the students rather than the days. So I think that's a very important thing to consider here.
No further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Item passes. Thank you, Dr. Starkey.
Sir.
10D, consider approval of final payment to ADM Group. Ms. Fierro.
Good evening, Board President, Mr. Nájera, members of the board, Acting Superintendent, Mr. Vasquez. I'm Liliana Fierro, Director of Trustees.
Hear you.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's me again. This item is for the approval of the final payment of ADM Group. This is the company that did the design for the auxiliary gyms, restrooms, water fountains. Okay, the original contract not to exceed is $100,000. The original contract amount was $84,982.5. That includes the assessment of $10,000, design fees for $74,982.5, reimbursable expenses of $1,200.90, additional services requests for $13,806, for a new contract amount of $99,999.40. Now, the final payment, it's only for $13,806. Okay, and the reason we are bringing this item to you, it's because that new contract amount is almost 100%. So it's our due diligence to present this to you for transparency. So it's for your approval.
And if I may add, ladies and gentlemen, this specific vendor was one of the vendors that was mentioned in the forensic audit. And as we said before, anything having to do with forensic audit items or anything at all would be in full transparency put into new business so that it's open for discussion as well. Now, I do want to note that they did bill us over the 100,000 amount, and this was early in March, and we've been back and forth for several months now, citing that their contract did say not to exceed $100,000. So that's why it is barely under that threshold. So they did remove, I think it was an additional 5,000. It was barely over the amount. Any questions?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Can you cover for me what the additional services request is for?
You want to? Okay. So what happened, so this is the history of the project. This project was bid with the entire scope of work. The first time that was bid, it was not approved. So the architects, they divided this project in 3 packages, so that's additional services. And that second bid, only second package was approved. Package 1 and 3, they were rebid and the third time. That's when, at that time, were approved. So 3 times, right? So that's additional services and also construction
Ms.
administration.
Fierro, just for clarification, I'm sorry, when you say approved, you're not saying board approved, you're not saying district approved, you're saying that they were bid and nobody responded. Is that right? Or are you saying that the board did not approve them?
No, exactly. Yes, the proposal were not approved by administration. So that's why it was rebid.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Continue. Before I interrupted, sorry.
No, that's it.
The additional services request?
Yes, so, well, as I mentioned, that's the additional services to put all the bids, not the bids, the contracts again, right, divided in packages, and then for this extended time. And the additional services were approved previously, right? So that's why I just wanted to include it in this agenda so you can see how much was approved. So now we are at the 99,000.
Ms. Fierro, when you say they weren't approved by administration, who in administration, or why wouldn't they? I mean, because to me, it sounds like, okay, if they come with the proposal and it doesn't meet my expectations, that's why I would deny it, right? Then I would say, you didn't do your job. You don't get to bill me more. Just do it right, and we'll pay you what the estimate was. So when it wasn't approved by administration, who denied it? And then so why are they billing us an additional, almost 14,000?
I don't have specifically that information, Mr. Najera, but probably it was not approved because of the cost. If that exceed the budgeted amount, that's why best practice is to rebid the project. I'm not saying that happened. I don't have the history, but I don't know if.
I don't recall the history on it either. I do apologize for that. But I can, if you wouldn't mind repeating so that I can get that information for you.
Well, by what Ms. Fierro said is the additional services requested, which is what this almost $14,000 is for. And I know it's $14,000 in the grand scheme of the entire, thing may not be a significant amount of money, but it is, did they provide the services correctly? Yes or no? And if they didn't, which right now that's my perception, they did not. Because if they provided the services under one package and for whatever reason it was not approved, which I don't know why it was not approved, that's the unknown variable. I have no idea why it wasn't approved. But it was not denied by the board. It never came to the board because their proposal was not approved. So then they went back and split it into 3, and the second one was approved by administration, and the first one and the third one weren't, so it went back. To me, that sounds like, okay, you didn't do it right the first time, do it again, not here's another opportunity for you to bill us more. So that's what I'm concerned with. Why are they billing us more if it sounds to me like they just didn't do it right?
I do recall the reason we had split it into 3 packages was based on location. So these 4 or 5 schools were going to be just the, what is it called? The water fountains? And then the other ones were going to be water fountain, water coolers, and the plumbing on it. So it was based on areas grouped together. Why it was sectioned off in that manner, I do not recall. But I can get you some information on why it wasn't approved and who internally approved it at that point.
Kim?
Just for the staff, is there any penalties for not approving this tonight by any chance? Is there a timetable on this situation?
No, sir, not at all.
I just recommend that the board actually table this particular item then.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kim, I didn't.
Just table the item, Mr. President.
Okay, so that's point of clarification, Ms. Perez, and you know what? If this was not subject to the forensic audit, maybe my questions wouldn't be as,
absolutely
intense as they are, maybe is a good way to put it, but, so do I have a motion to postpone this item to the next regular board meeting?
Motion to postpone.
A motion made by Mrs. Nájera, seconded by Ms. Macias. Any further discussion?
Question.
Sir?
I read the last paragraph on page 493. So their initial, I guess, was 1.1 million, and then due to final cost of work totaling 3.1 million, and right there, that following statement, the requested architectural fee adjustment to not exceed the contract amount is 13,806. Correct?
Yes, sir.
So, but the 13,806 to the 74,992 should total that 88,000, correct?
I'm sorry, sir. The original amount for 84,000?
Yes, on the first sentence, it says 1.1 million, and then the fee that they asked was for 74,992, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And in the agenda, you can see the design fees of 74,000. 992, and then the assessment, because they did an assessment, first of all, for 10,000. So the original contract amount was 84,000. If you add the reimbursable expenses that are part of the contract, you're gonna have a total of 86,183. And now if you add, when you add the additional services, that's when you get the 99,900.
Okay, so then why am I not seeing the original, I guess, 84 and then,
There's an additional page, Mr. Barrera. If you go to the next page, it says,
it doesn't say the 84.
I'm sorry?
It's not talking about the 84,000 on the next page.
Oh, I know, but that's when they get to the 99, whatever,
Correct.
40, yeah. I don't understand the invoice. I don't understand what this letter is saying.
So we do have a copy of the invoice that we can include, and I will send that out if the board would like. I can send out that information for this week, and then we can come up with whatever questions you might have that would help with the next meeting on this one.
Okay.
I mean, I still want to continue, just for, I don't want to have to ask those questions later on. So at least hear what was sent to you, because it says it was sent to you. What they're telling you in the district is, so when I total the 74 to the 13, right, that should give me the 88,000, not the 86. I guess there's another document there somewhere. So then my question comes into, where does the other 10,100 and change come from?
Yeah, it's
That's-
not, yeah.
That's
and
where
I
I'm
understand.
missing that amount.
Yes, it's in the invoice. Yes,
Okay.
but we can provide that information, sir. Yes.
Okay, so then but then when I see the 16 to the 84 that you're talking about, that should total the 99,000.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, so we have a motion to postpone to the next regular board meeting. Seconded, made by Ms. Nahida, seconded by Ms. Macias. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, postpone to the next board meeting item. Thank you, Ms. Fierro and Ms. Perez. Consider approval of Phase 2 District Forensic Audit Services. Ms. Garcia.
Good evening, Board President, Board members, Acting Superintendent Mr. Vasquez. At this time, we have Mr. Travis Kastner from Weaver. He is on the line to provide presentations to the board. Following the presentation, the board can discuss and possibly take action to move forward with Phase 2 District Forensic Audit Services, RFQ E2433.
Hi, Mr. Kastner, can you hear us?
I can. Good evening, Board President, members of the board, and Acting Superintendent Vasquez. I'm Travis Kasner with Weaver, and here tonight to present Weaver's proposal and qualifications related to forensic audit services. And I'm going to go through these slides fairly quickly and then answer any questions. So I am the project partner. I've got over 14 years of experience conducting forensic audits and investigations, primarily focused on fraud, waste, and abuse. Most of that work is in the context of the public sector, including school districts and cities, state agencies, federal agencies, and most recently, as you know, we conducted the forensic audit for Socorro ISD from the 2017 through March 2023 time period. Some high-level information about Weaver. We are a audit, tax, and advisory firm. We have offices across the country, 21 offices in total. Most of those are in Texas. Our annual revenue is $250 million. We've got about 1,700 employees, and we provide services across a broad range of industries. Again, my primary area of focus is in the government, not-for-profit, higher education are the three primary areas that I'm focused. Weaver as a whole, we serve over 300 public sector clients, including over 50 school districts, and those services include external audits, single audits, risk assessments, internal audit services, business process improvement, forensic accounting, fraud investigations, and I won't go through all of them, but a broad range of different audit advisory services for school districts specifically. This is a list of some of those school districts. The ones that are in bold are ones that involve forensic services, and I'm not going to go through all of them. And we do have more information that's in the detailed proposal that was submitted. So this is intended to be a high level overview of the information included in the proposal. This slide really just highlights more of the scopes and is intended to show that through the course of the forensic audits we've conducted with school districts, we've reviewed and evaluated and investigated a broad range of scopes from vendor payments, procurement processes, credit card and P-card expenditures, construction, bond funds, bond programs, federal funds, payroll, salaries, et cetera. But pretty much any area of expenses and in some cases revenues as well. And then this slide that I wanted to kind of spend a little bit of time on was just to kind of review what our approach and methodology is when conducting forensic audits, which we used a three-phased approach where phase one is really trying to narrow down the issues, gain an understanding of what the issues are, what the relevant information is in order to then work with the board and the stakeholders to identify what are the relevant items for us to review further in phase two, which is the investigation and analysis phase. And that's where we are really diving into the data, conducting interviews, oftentimes looking at digital information such as emails, information on shared drives, and really going through all that and piecing it together and doing the analysis. And then phase three is the reporting phase, which usually include a written report and then a presentation. Oftentimes we'll share that information in a draft form with the board and then submit the final report. And then this is what our proposed team would be. So I would be leading the engagement. Listed several managers here. Anthony Pabliano, who he was involved in the forensic audit that concluded in March of this year. Another manager, Andrew Williams. And then I wanted to include Brandon Tanis. He's a partner in our risk advisory services practice. And I think that based on the information from the RFQ for the phase two, there was a focus on internal controls. So Brandon does a lot of work with school districts where it's business process improvement and reviewing, evaluating internal controls. So I think that he would be a potential resource for this engagement. And then Jared Jordan kind of serves as the quality control reviewer. So his day-to-day involvement would be less involved, but more involved in the big picture items and kind of reviewing the final deliverables. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions that you have about the proposal or the approach.
Mr. Kastner, Mr.
Yes.
Castellano here. I got a question. When we started talking about the phase two of the external audit, one of the questions I had asked is if a fraud or abuse hotline can be set up by your company for anonymous tips. Is that a possibility?
We could help to work with you on setting up the structure and kind of the process. We wouldn't actually administer the hotline. There are third-party services that do that. But yeah, I think what if it's what the board asked us to do, we can be involved in the sense of the structure, setting it up, making sure that there's reporting functions and assignments so that when a allegation or complaint is received, it's reviewed initially, and then there's essentially a process tree that's in place that kind of determines where it's assigned and then what the subsequent review process looks like from there. So that would be kind of the extent of, our involvement. And then we can recommend, a few third parties that are, do a lot of work in that space. But yeah, we wouldn't actually administer the hotline.
Okay, thank you.
Just one question. For the cost, is that something that you would negotiate with our administration?
Correct. Yeah, the phase one is really intended to, narrow down the issues. I think, this is a smaller scope of work than the forensic audit we started last year as far as the time period and it's still what I would consider fairly broad in nature. So for example, it's asking for a review of contracts procured from February 2022 to March 2024. That's still a large volume. And so I think what we would try to do, and I think this would be for purposes of reducing costs and time, is try to identify the most relevant issues. The more narrow we can get, once we identify what those are, then we can put together a work plan and fee estimate based on the hours and then submit that. And then, it's really up for administration and ultimately the board to make the decision if they want to review or have us proceed with reviewing some of it, all of it, none of it, or that's kind of the negotiation phase as you described it.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Kastner, at this point, all we're doing, if we move forward, if we do select Weaver and Tidwell, we're simply identifying your organization as the organization to possibly conduct the forensic audit services. The next step would be for us to identify what that scope and therefore associated cost. But if we don't come to an agreement there, then, nothing lost at that point, right?
Correct. Yeah, that's my understanding. Yeah, I think for today's presentation, I think that it was the selection of a firm and, I'm presenting the qualifications for that purpose. And then, I think there's some additional decisions to be made by the board, before moving forward with anything further.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Ms. Macias, seconded by Mr. Castellano. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes. Thank you, Mr. Kastner.
Okay, thank you.
All right. 10F, consider approval of resolution of policy CDA local. Ms. Perez.
Good evening again. This evening we'll be reviewing CDA local as part of the approval of the resolution. It's just to go over the investment policies and how we go about that. So if we will make this very short. On CDA local page 1 of 4 under investment authority, I just want to point out a couple of sentences here and there throughout the policy. The first one says the superintendent or other person designated by board resolution shall serve as the investment officer of the district. That is the next agenda item after this one, is to designate those investment officers, On the bottom under safety, the first sentence, the primary goal of the investment program is to ensure safety of principal, to maintain liquidity, and to maximize financial returns. On the next page, 2 of 4, under investment management, in accordance with Government Code 2256005B3, the quality and capability of investment management for district funds shall be in accordance with the standard of care investment training. And just so you know that our investment trainings, we do have to have 10 hours, 8 if you're returning, every 2 years. And our auditor, our annual auditor, does check to make sure that our training is up to date. Under liquidity and maturity, I want to note that on the last sentence under that section, it says the district's investment portfolio shall have sufficient liquidity to meet anticipated cash flow requirements. when we talk about our investments, I do want you to know that we ladder those investments between 30, 60, 90 days to make sure that our cash flow needs are in fact met. And you'll see that the amount of investments that we have this year is a lot less because a big portion of that was from the bond projects. And so as that money is being spent on the project, it is less of investments. Under monitoring market prices, the investment officer shall monitor the investment portfolio and keep the board informed of significant changes in the market value of the district's investment portfolio. Under monitoring rate changes, the investment officer shall develop a procedure to monitor changes in investment ratings and to liquidate investments that do not maintain satisfactory ratings. Whenever we do our investment report, the quarterly report, as you recall, we do have a page where we talk about what our ratings are for each of our investments and the rating officials. So we do monitor that every 3 months. On page 404 of CDA Local, I want to note that it says, in addition to the quarterly reports required by law and signed by district investment officers, a comprehensive report on the investment program and activity shall be presented annually to the board. We do that in August or September, the ending of the fiscal year. It finishes on June 30th, and we have about a month and a half before we get those reports, compile it, and then we do have our investment officers present that. And then the last one is under annual review. The board shall review this investment policy and investment strategies no less than annually and shall document its review in writing, which shall include whether any changes were made to either the investment policy or investment strategies. So this explanation, this very brief explanation of CDA is just basically going over what we're currently doing and how we're doing it. And this satisfies the needs of reviewing it. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Questions?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Mrs. Macias, seconded by Mrs. Nájera. Discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes. Ms. Perez, item G, consider approval of resolution.
So as discussed in CDA Local in our previous agenda item, we do have to have a resolution on a yearly basis designating investment officers. And so this year, we have no changes from the previous year, and the recommendation is to designate officers based off of job titles and not so much a name, and I'm more than happy to share the individuals who will be part of this, but it is the Chief Financial Officer, the Director of Financial Services, and the staff accountant or accountants.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Mrs. Nájera, seconded by Ms. Macias. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes.
Thank you.
Continuing with you, Ms. Perez. Item 10H, approval of resolution for assignment of fund balance.
Thank you, sir. So in reviewing what our fund balances look like, we've already addressed the, it was a committed fund balance, and we moved approximately 3.2, I believe, in March, from committed to unassigned. Unassigned is the fund balance amount that we can utilize. That's the one that we are reported based off of as having operational days. So in the following pages, you do have a lot of documents there. I just want to state that those are mostly for transparency. These were projects that were designated, I believe, in 2015. And there is a list of projects and what the intended use for that committed amount, assigned amount was. At the very end of that set of papers, and the very, very small numbers on the bottom, it does show that the amount that has been completed from the original assigned fund balance, we have completed 1.7 million. We have pending 4.9 million, so we will not touch that. We have $607,000 ongoing. And then there is $400,000 that was designated for HVAC upgrades. And as discussed earlier, we have had those HVAC upgrades paid for by ESSA. So we don't need that in the assigned fund balance. So the total that we are requesting to move from assigned to unassigned is $5,734,234.03. That amount, give me a second here. That amount, along with the $3.2 million that was done in March, comes to a total of approximately $9 million. Now, when we talk about that in terms of days, that does increase our overall fund balance by 6.7 days, 6.85 days, excuse me. So this is in an effort to help clean up our audit, make sure that the fund balances are aligned correctly and they are where they're supposed to be. Any specific questions? Any questions at all?
Was this included in the fund balance deficit, the 25 that we were talking about?
No, ma'am.
So what is it going to be?
So the 25 is for next fiscal year. This will be realized in the current year. So as of June Finance Committee meeting, the finance reports showed a $66 million fund balance as of that date. So this will be added to that overall fund balance in this current year. So it will affect this current year in our financial audit, which is why we're doing it right before June 30th.
For clarifying.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Mrs. Nájera, seconded by Mrs. Macias. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. Still not going anywhere, Ms. Perez. We'll be joined by Mr. Blanco. Item 10I, Crown Castle Agreements.
Thank you, Board President Nájera, Mr. Vasquez, members of the board. We're bringing this back to you, if you remember the last meeting or the one before. Last meeting, Crown Castle is the broker for the cell tower companies that are utilizing 3 cell towers on district property. The locations are 1300 Joe Battle at the stadium, 12101 Pelicano, and the third one is 11470 Middle Drain Road. We had received from their broker, Joan Javier, who's super friendly, nice, easy to work with, their proposal last month. We approved it. Now, she took it apparently to a property committee within her group, and they did not agree with the 5% consumer price index escalator, which is the annual increase in the rental amounts. Everything else was approved. The sign-on bonus, the increases in the base rent, and then obviously the extended terms, which is what they wanted, the length of the leases. However, I gotta believe it's just for straight prediction reasons of what they believe the CPI may or may not do. They changed it, and they are asking us to bring it back and asking the board to agree to amendments related to that single item, and the escalator clause will now be a rate between 2% and 4%. So if the CPI somehow goes below 2%, the district will get 2%. If the CPI exceeds 4%, the district will get 4%, making the average 3.5. So it's their request that we do that. Your only other option, we have 2 options. One, agree. We enter the amendments and we move forward with the increased rents and the sign-on bonuses, and they get their extended term, or we say no. We do not agree to the reduction that they're asking for in the CPI figures. It's all on their side, and I don't want the board to think that they presented it to us, we brought it to you, she told us this is the deal I can get, and now she came back to us shortly after our meeting and said they would not approve it. So here's where we are. I don't know if y'all have any questions about it. Your options are two. One, go ahead and agree to this reduced term on the CPI escalator clause, or tell them no. And then the leases will stay in their current form until they expire, and then they'll have to decide what to do.
When does it expire?
So
March 1st, 2025.
the one on Joe Battle expires February 28th, 2035. Pelicano expires September 5th, 2029. And the one on the Middle Drain Road expires December 14th, 2029.
Blanco, what did the escalator say before?
5%.
So was it just a straight 5% escalator every year? And now they want to go to no less than 2%, but no greater than 4% based on the CPI-U indicator.
Correct.
I think a CPU is pretty standard. Escalator in any agreement.
It's a percentage. You're on the max side, you're losing 1%.
Right.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Ms. Macias, seconded by Ms. Nájera. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. Mr. Blanco, oh no, not yet, Ms. Perez.
One more?
10J, discussion and possible action to utilize Apple recycling.
Good evening, board. Under CI local, it does state, and we just approved that one, that if we are going to be destructing anything, that we do need to make sure that the board approves it. And so this specific item is specific to Apple recycling, and this is the form and the method of destruction. So, I'm sorry, it was CDC local or CI? CI. It was updated in April. So there are currently 80 pallets of technology items that do not work, they do not have value, and Apple Recycling will be picking up the items for free. They will log and certify the destruction of these items so that we're in accordance with all of our technology policies and laws. And the logging is more of a TSLAC requirement that we have to have as well. So the only thing that is different about this is that we usually do a surplus sell. These items have absolutely no value, and we have explored all the different options, including what it looks like, giving them out to our students, and they have no value. So the recommendation is to approve Apple Recycling to destroy and demolish the laptop, tablets, computer towers, all-in-one computers, printers, APC batteries, communication servers and equipment, scanners, projectors, and the charging cards.
Motion to approve.
Second.
To approve made by Mrs. Nájera, seconded by Ms. Gardea. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. Thank
Thank
you, Ms.
you.
Perez. All right, we'll continue with executive session. The meeting is to be closed for discussion with legal counsel to discuss the duties and compensation of certain employees at Bill Seibert School, to receive intruder detection audit report findings, to discuss personnel and real estate matters, and to consider administrative recommendation for principal position at Captain Walter E. Clark Middle School under Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074. The time is 10:26. The date is June 19th, 2024. Okay, we're back from executive session. The time is 10:56. The date is still Wednesday, June 19th, 2024, and we have a quorum. We'll continue with new business. 12A, consider approval of administrative recommendations, principal at Captain Walter E. Clark Middle School. Mr. Vasquez.
President Nahara, members of the board, administration recommends Luz Daniela Palmer to assume the role and responsibilities as the new principal of Captain Walter E. Clark Middle School.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Mr. Barrera, seconded by Ms. Macias. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And the item passes. Congratulations. There be no more business before this board. We're adjourned. The time is 10:56 p.m. The date is Wednesday, June 19th, 2024.